We're live and ready to start at 9 a.m.
Alrighty, good morning, everybody. As chair of the Redistricting Process Committee, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed to YouTube. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find the link for either viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. We have ASL interpretation available for this meeting. If you are a member of the public watching who would like easier viewing options for the ASL interpreter on your screen, please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov and we will provide you with additional viewing options. Similarly, members of the public who would like to access translation services during the webinar can email redistricting@michigan.gov for details on how to access language translation services available for this meeting. Translation services are available for both Spanish and Arabic. Please email us and we will provide you with a unique link and call-in information. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed and those transcriptions will be made available along with the public comment. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or at 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note for the commissioners present. Sally's not here anymore. Sarah, if you could please call the roll.
Absolutely. Hi, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. And please disclose either the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present, and I'm attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Dustin Witches.
I am present and I am attending remotely from Warren, Michigan.
Anthony Eade. 3 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Alrighty. I would now look favorably on a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
I'll put the motion forward, Dustin.
Can I get a second?
Yes, I second.
Alrighty. Okay, is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. All in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye. Aye.
I believe Rhonda had her hand up, Dustin.
Oh,
For something? No? Okay.
all right. All opposed, raise your hand. All right, the meeting agenda is approved. Okay, we'll now move on to public comment. A few notes about public comment for those of you who are joining us for the first time. Because this is a virtual meeting, members of the public have to sign up in advance to address the commission. Staff at the Department of State will unmute each member of the public for up to 2 minutes on a first come, first served basis. This means members of the public will be called on in the order in which they signed up to address the commission. To those members of the public participating in the public comment, please note you will have no more than 2 minutes to address the commission this morning. You can also submit your thoughts to the commission and the public by emailing redistricting@michigan.gov. Your written public comment will be included in the online meeting archive for the commission. Public comment sign-up links are also posted on Redistricting Michigan social media pages and on Facebook and Twitter at Redistricting MI. Now I'd like to recognize Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State, who will call on members on the public to address the commission.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
excuse the interruption, please. Prior to that, you may, I would recommend you note for the record, you've been joined by Commissioner Eid.
Oh, there he is. I see him.
Hey guys, sorry, I had some issues getting Zoom up, but we're here now.
Okay. Hi, Anthony. Good morning.
All right, thank you, commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Our first public comment participant is a Mr. James Gallant. If you could give me a moment to unmute you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear
Hello?
you. You proceed.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I sure can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is James Gallant. I'm with the Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. My community of interest is people that acknowledge Robert's Rules of Order as being required by this commission and the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America. And fairness and equity in the United States of America is measured by your adhering to the approved rules of procedure, which is Robert's Rules of Order. So please start doing so. I did sign up for a second public comment today. Please consider making a committee of the whole process commonplace at this commission instead of the 2 or 3 on the committee like you're doing right now. A Harvard business study showed that 90% of value-added business collaborative efforts are made by 3 to 5% of the employees. This is the problem in the United States of America, and the problem with you folks that the divide and conquer that was implemented by this commission, and that's what you're trying to do, right? Divide and conquer. You're trying to conquer something. And there's a big controversy now, and it's about Commissioner Rawthorn's application, and that I cannot verify that he is an actual member of the Democratic Party. Now, Democratic Party, I would ask that you members that are party affiliated to tell the community so that we don't have to go to court, to find out if you are actually affiliated and members of that party. You know, Democratic Party, you could be a voting member for as little as $10 a year. So please start doing that. And the Department of the definition of consensus is established by the National Quality Forum as the national consensus building organization. And their definition is that consensus is not less than a 60% vote. So you folks trying to say that you can just, by hearing no objections, reach consensus, that is incompatible with the Constitution of the United States and the consensus building process in the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next participant is Gary Moorhead. Please allow us 1 moment to unmute you.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to get to the Warren meeting last night and wasn't able to, but my comment is process oriented mostly at this point anyway. And I hope I'm coming through. There I go. I wanted to mention that the Colorado Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission was in the news yesterday and for publishing their first congressional maps. And I thought, wow, this is great. They're really moving forward. And then I realized they were only appointed in March, and gee, they don't have any data for these maps. How are they doing this? It didn't make a lot of sense. And as I read the coverage didn't say this, but I began to realize that it seems like in Colorado the staff is at the head of the parade. The commissioners, the citizen commissioners, are on the floats on the following further behind, waving to the crowd. And there actually isn't much of a crowd. It's mostly, if anything, people watching on TV, I suppose, would be the equivalent analogy. Very little public comment period in that compressed time frame, obviously, and the staff drew the maps. And I have to say that I have more faith in this commission than that. And the reason I do is because of your unique, what do you want to call it, membership, I guess. I did a little research. There's 9 independent citizens redistricting commissions in the country. So 41 states are still in the legislators' backfill rooms mode. 9 of us have at least moved forward from that. And the only one where the membership of the commission is appointed by the is essentially a random selection without a lot of involvement by legislators or judges is this one. So I'm really optimistic that you guys will keep the citizen commissioners on top, the staff and experts on tap. And I know you've been getting lots of public comments. So I'm really pleased with the way this commission is working. And I would just ask one thing, that if you do ask staff to draw you maps based on value judgments that you guys make, rather than apparently the Colorado Commission asking for just one map from the staff, ask for a range of maps that satisfy the value judgments that you do, because we all know there's many maps.
I apologize. Your time has elapsed. You can finish your statement if you like.
Oh, thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
Thanks for addressing the commission, Gary.
We have one additional public comment participant who has requested to speak for a second time. That is a Mr. James Gallant. If you could give me just one moment to unmute you.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I sure can.
All righty, thank you. I'm James Gallant with Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. And I'd like to say that I think that it's unreasonable that people are requested to have an internet connection to request public comment by telephone. And then you have to have an internet connection to get an email confirmation an hour before the meeting. So we're in rural areas, and it's pretty sketchy on the internet. So there should be a process where people can get a text message or even on the telephone. I can say, hey, can I sign up for this? And please try that. And, I agree with the member, the comment, the previous comment here, where, this is a hopeful commission, but, the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America are not being followed here. And I believe that Commissioner Clark was put on this committee at the last minute because he seems to be one that's making a map. And he's like asking all the questions. And on the action items at your business meeting is discussion, conversation. You had Kim and you had your other contractor providers doing that stuff. There's presentations, but then it opened right up into deliberate debate. And I think that you folks are actually making the decisions without objection right on the floor with no motion and no second pending, which is not, and it's a behind the scenes thing. It's all happening behind the scenes. You come back and you're like, oh, look at these decisions. We're so great. Look at how fast we're moving. And it completely contradicts the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America. Now, I believe, you folks are trying to, make this more what you want it to be. But when you got here, the Secretary of State had a precedence to the rules of procedure, which has not been codified here. And it hasn't been followed at all right from the beginning. So I think this is just a sham of a this is a sham of a committee. You're just going to fly this through. I think you guys got this already done, and you're just trying to go through the motions and rubber stamp everything. And I think it's a disgrace. And I think I think the forefathers of this country be rolling over their graves in a few minutes when you start this meeting and you start violating the fundamental principles that they put in place back in the day.
Mr. Gallant, your time has expired.
Well, can I finish my comment?
Yes, please finish your statement.
Mr. Chair, can I finish my comment?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Please start following the actual rules of procedure that's been approved here for use during this commission meeting, and not be every next chair make up whatever facilitating dialogue, consensus building caca they want to put it forth. Thank you.
That concludes our public comment.
Alrighty. Thanks, Sarah. Appreciate it. Okay, so I guess without objection, we'll move on to the next item on our agenda, which is new business. And we'll move on to section 5A, which is questions and fact finding with election data services. So, Doug, I see that you put your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you don't mind, can I summarize the purpose of this subcommittee and what our intent is today?
You sure can.
The subcommittee was formed to provide recommendations, not to make decisions for the commission. So as we develop those recommendations, which I think will get pretty involved as we move forward, we will bring those back to the commission for approval and further discussion if necessary. So the way the meeting's been structured is we've gone out and asked the commissioners for questions, which we're going to present to EDS this morning. And from then, we're going to start developing a process. And we've divided that into two aspects. One is what we would call the one-time types of things we need to do, such as decisions on, not decisions, but recommendations on, do we start from scratch or do we not start from scratch? How do we start with a congression? Should we start with congressional districts or the state districts or whatever? So those one-time things. After we've determined all those one-time things, then we're going to move into the repetitive process. And that's actually how we're going to operate. And we're going to have a recommendation on how that's going to be done as well. And that'll go back to the commission for review and approval at some point in time. But we've asked that our vendors be involved in this and provide input as well as we move through this. So I just wanted to make that comment, Dustin.
Thank you. All right, so bear with me, two things. I can't figure out why my video feed keeps going dark and coming back up. I can't quite figure that one out. Okay, so I guess we can just move on to questions for election data services. I don't know who wants to start, but we do have a pretty comprehensive list at this particular point. Anyone want to start
Sure.
at this particular point? Oh, sorry, Sue. I see you got your hand up.
Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted, we tried to set one meeting and we had to break it into two. So I just want to let people know in this meeting, we're focusing with election data services and Fred Hijazi about the mapping process. So maybe we would only use the mapping questions today from the list. And then on Monday, we will have EDS, we will have Wilson from Federal Compliance, and we will have Dr. Lisa Handley, our racially polarized voting analyst. So all three consultants will be with us. And at that point, we can talk about the things that all of us will collaborate, the commissioners and the consultants will collaborate on And those questions then would be probably more appropriate on Monday as we go through the process. So just a brief clarification on that. And then
Got it.
maybe Kim has more.
Got it. So the main questions here are just the regarding the mapping questions that we have at this point.
Yes, that would make sense for today, I think, because those are the two consultants and experts that we have with us to share.
Got it. And then the ones regarding the process, we can wait until Monday.
Correct. Thank you.
Got it. Rhonda, I saw you had your hand up.
If we're going to be talking about process, I think some of these questions regarding the process and how we interact with EDS would be in line to be asked today.
Sure.
And that's my opinion.
No, that's fine. Because it's these are just like I guess I'd like to say stepping stones at this particular point. If anything were to, pop in anyone's head, please state, bring that up, and any questions that you have, that's what we're here for. So, okay. Well, I guess I'll just go ahead and start at this particular point. Actually, Kim, sorry, go ahead. You did have something.
If I can start and do a couple of different things and let you know kind of what we have talked about in terms of how this time period of 90 minutes can be organized on our side. Let me say, first off, I'm Kim Brace. You see in the list of participants, there's 3 of us on here with the same name, so I apologize. I sent Sarah's invite to several other members of our team, and they're signed on as me also. So it's me here with the picture up on the top. That's this Kim Brace on that side. What we've talked about is wanting to bring to you a looks at. Sorry about that. Looks at what the software looks like. What are you guys looking at conceivably working with, and how we can go about doing that sort of thing. So we wanted to give you more of an in-depth, but not totally in-depth look at and look and feel at 2 elements of the software, because part of the questions that you've raised and some of your procedures and that sort of thing have to do with the software. What would you see? And so we want to show the Autobound Edge software, but we also want to show you the website software. It's 2 different softwares with 2 different intents. The Autobound Edge is a desktop software that is more sophisticated and does a lot more things, and that's what we will be using here. We're looking at being able to put that on each of your computers, at least for those that are interested in drawing on that side too. But we also have a web-based software. And so we want to show you that, which is more designed for the public and more designed for some elementary capabilities in terms of map drawing. Some of you may want to work with that and work on the web with your browser. Others may want to look at the more extensive stuff with Autobound Edge. Fred will get more into detail on that, but basically Autobound, the web-based piece of things is basically kind of a dumbed down version of Autobound Edge. It's designed for working over the internet, where you don't have capabilities of passing back and forth massive data sets. That's what you do with Autobound Edge sitting on your computer, because the database is there on your computer. The web-based one is looking at kind of a more reduced set of data so that it's easier to work with on the web. And it may have restrictions in terms of the different geographic layers that may be usable on the web just because of the internet factor itself. those are kind of the overarching distinctions between the two, but we want to show you both of them so that you get a feel for how people could interface with each of those. And then what we want to do is give you these kind of presentations and then get into some answers of all those questions that Sue has sent to me. I do have those in front of me. I've sent them to all members of my staff so that we can all look at and answering. And I've asked each of our team to come online so that they can give their perspectives and their insights also. I think it would be useful for you to see all the different dimensions that are there. That's part of the team that we have put together so that you get all the views. D versus R and conservative versus liberal and any which way that you want to, so that you can get a bunch of different viewpoints in helping your decision-making process go forward. So that's kind of an overview of what we hope to accomplish today. I want to be freewheeling and let people ask questions at any point in time. I don't understand this piece, or what does this do, or that sort of thing. So by all means, interject. I've told members of my team that if they've got a thought or a comment, interject. By all means, let things come forward so that you've got the best information that's doable and possible. So that's kind of our goal today. So let me turn it over to one of the other Kim Braces that are on the call. Fred, I think you're there. You said you were there on my text that I sent to you. So why don't you come on, Fred, and talk a little bit, and then we can share screen with you, and you can start showing some of the software capabilities.
Sure. Sorry about that. I didn't even realize that come up as Kim. Good morning, everyone. My name is Fred Hijazi. I am with Citygate, and we are on EDS's team. And my area of responsibility is essentially going to be the technology side. So this will be my third cycle of redistricting. We did provide redistricting software in 2000 and 2010. Of course, we're doing it again this cycle. And incidentally, the last two cycles, we did provide software to the state of Michigan as well. And I'm actually from Michigan. That's it in the way of a background. Basically, what Kim said as far as how the software is configured was accurate. We have a desktop application where the professional work happens. And then we developed a number of web applications that are designed to support different aspects of public engagement. So it varies on how far of a public engagement you guys are looking to do. Our product is commercially available, so different states have different requirements. So the software is designed to accommodate different levels of participation from the public, from nothing all the way to a lot. So I'll cover the basic sort of four components of it. The first one is giving the ability to members of the public to create accounts and draw and submit their own plans. And we'll go over the application that does that. The second one is the ability for members of the public to view plans and place comments on them. So you can actually bring up a plan, whether you drew it yourself as a member of the public, or it's a plan that the commission decides to put out for public comment. They will be able to view the plan and then place comments on specific parts of the plan that they're either happy or unhappy with. those comments then show up on the during the redistricting process on the desktop, so I can see what comments people had and whether they were happy or not, and then what the specific comments were. We can also run reports that display that in more detail, so I'll know who placed the comment. Each comment, incidentally, is verified through email. So when somebody places a comment, they will get an email that says, you requested a comment on this map. Is this from you? So the comments have to be verified, so we don't have one person putting a lot of comments on the map without us sort of being able to track that down.
Fred, if I can, let me interject one thing at that point. These comments that Fred is talking about is what Autobound is doing and utilizing. These are different than the comments and the plans that come from Moonduchin's configuration and software. So I just want you to understand there's a distinction between what Moon talked to you yesterday and what we're talking to you today. We have been in discussions with Moon in terms of getting some of her things in, and that's what we're working with in terms of her, so that you'll be able to see those too. But what Fred is talking about is really within his software package, what is there. So I just want to make that distinction. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah. Can you give me an example of the differences between what we currently have and what this provides?
So do you want me to
go ahead, Fred? Nope, go ahead.
So there is a bit of an overlap between what you guys have gotten from Moon's group and what we have. When we sell a solution to a state, they're looking for essentially end-to-end solution. So one thing that's different with ours and hers is that ours is all integrated. So at any point in time, I can click one button, put a plan out for comment, and then immediately see what the comments are that people have placed. That's one sort of big difference. The second one is, as far as I can tell, the commenting that you guys are receiving is not location based. It means that people are not putting specific comments on a specific location on the map. They're just providing general text comments about a particular plan. And for us, I have done I've done commission redistricting before. In 2010, I did the first citizen redistricting commission in Austin. So I went through all the process of collecting, going to public hearings, listening to people talk about their issues and concerns. So I've been through this process with commissions before. And Austin, as you may know, is has a very active public participation process. For their plan, I think we hold something like 10 hearings, which is just a city. So we went to every neighborhood and held hearings. And in each one, we had dozens of people testifying. It wasn't like 3 or 4, it was dozens. It was surprising to me how much participation we had. At any rate, so the tools that we designed were built around those types of experiences. And the ability to immediately interact with the information that we're getting either as comments or as community of interest was important, because if we can't immediately, if somebody puts in a comment right before they come to a hearing, and then we can't bring that up because we haven't sort of synced the two systems together, that's an issue. So for us, everything is fully integrated. So if you place a comment, I can see it immediately. If you draw a community of interest, I can act on it immediately. Whether you did it 2 minutes before you came to the hearing or whether you did it a month before, it's always sort of it's always out there. The other side of it is the ability, of course, to put plans for comment during a session. So, for example, if I'm drawing a plan and I want, and I'll show all this stuff in the overview. If I want to put a plan out and immediately get comments at a hearing, I can actually do that. And the software puts up a little QR code so that everybody in the hearing can hold their phones up to it and then be able to see it and we can collect comments right then and there. And that also applies to a situation like we are in right now. If you're drawing over Zoom and I want you guys to provide comments, then this provides an easy way for us to do that. So those are some of the differences between what you guys already have and what we have in the tools that we have.
So as I've said, we are talking with Moon in terms of getting through an API from her or whatever, but that's still a work in progress. We haven't seen, what we can get from her. She showed yesterday, her community of interest meshing together of all the communities of interest map that she showed. From my perspective, I'd like to see each and every community individually, not all meshed together on top of each other. I could have that capability of meshing it on top, but I want to be able to at least see individually what somebody said when they're trying to describe the neighborhood. And this guy says it should go down Main Street, and the next guy says it should go down Elm Street. I want to be able to see some of those differences and distinctions. Because they can be important to you as you look towards how you want to draw that area in that regard. So we're looking at it from the practicality of district drawing from that standpoint. While Moon is basically coming from an academic background, so there's that significant difference between the two. But we just wanted to let you know, and I'm going to interject periodically so that you can see some of these differences so that you're aware of those in your deliberations. So Fred, go ahead with.
Yeah, that issue of the API and being able to directly communicate with our system is actually kind of a big thing for us. The public comments that at least one of the ones that I just listened to, is not unusual. The members of the public are very suspicious about this process. They already think that the decisions are already made. And if they submit either a comment or a community of interest, and then they come to a hearing and we don't have it or have the ability to show it, they're going to think that we're intentionally not showing it, because somehow we think that their input is we want to avoid showing their particular input, which it isn't. It's just a simple connecting of technologies. So this is some of the reasoning why we decided to kind of make an end-to-end system where everything connects to everything, and you don't have gaps in, I got to move files from here to here and have some sort of a timing gap between the two. Where did you download it from this and upload it into this other system? So this is the API issue that Kim mentioned that we need to work out with Moon, so that hopefully that gap can be resolved. So as far as the desktop software, I guess we can just get into, unless you guys have any questions, I can get into showing what it looks like and what the process is. Then once you guys have a kind of an understanding of how everything is laid out, we can customize it to something that works for everybody. Because as I said, this is a commercial application. We built it so that it's can be applied to any number of states. And depending on the requirements, we can make modifications to accommodate specific workflows.
Part of what I'll end up showing you in conjunction with what Fred's showing you is we've developed some spreadsheets that you would see at the bottom in the desktop version that are slightly different than what Fred would show to you right now, but I'll show you what we've done in a couple of other jurisdictions so that you can see the variety of different things that we could end up being shown on the screen as you draw.
All right, I assume you guys can see my screen.
Yep.
All right. I know I have too many icons. I've been told that before. So I do have Michigan data, but I didn't have political data from Michigan. So I picked the state for which I did have political data, which is Washington State. They are using our system and they do have the online tools as well. So it kind of made it easier for me to do the presentation today. So I'm just going to use the state of Washington as my example. So when you log in, let me kind of minimize this Zoom. All right. When you start, sort of, you're presented with a map that looks like this. In the case of Washington, they have the county boundaries, which are shown in these sort of dash lines, and then they have the precincts, which are shown in the orange color. And then as you zoom in, you start to see the blocks, which then show up in green. And then as you go in further, you can actually see the streets and the building footprints. So we have the street names and then the building footprints. So this is one of 11 different types of, and this is national, so it kind of doesn't make any difference where I look. The same data is available everywhere. So this is downtown Detroit, and you can see it's kind of a similar looking map. So actually, I'll leave it here for a second and look at some of the different map types that we have. So there's about 11 different map types, but one of them is imagery. So we can actually see imagery as while we're working on a particular plan. There's also some other ones that show transportation features a little bit better. We have others that kind of focus on topography, so that if you have an area, Michigan is not the best example of that, but if you have a lot of hills, you can actually show the topography of the area. If that affects the district boundaries, we have the ability to show that. Most of the times we work in this, the simpler map, which is the white background. So this is the basic map. On top, we have a scale bar that shows sort of how far an area is. So, for example, this length is 100 miles. So that's kind of tells me as I zoom in, you can see it changes. And then I have a search feature. So if I'm looking for, if I'm looking at a map and I want to search for a location, it can be an address or if a location. So it's kind of like Google. If you type in an address, it will find the location for you, and then I can display that on the map. On the right side, we have all of our menus. I'm going to start out by opening up a plan so we can kind of look at what a plan looks like. So I go to my plan manager. These are all the plans that I have. The software doesn't limit how many plans I can create. You can see I have a lot of them. In the left column, there's an icon that shows what the plan was worked on in the last 2 weeks, or the last 2 months, or if it's older than 2 months, which shows up in red. It puts for me a little icon of what the plan looked like when I closed it. What type of a plan is it? And then the name. If I gave it a tag, how many districts it has, when was it last accessed, by whom, who was the owner, and when was it created. I can sort and filter. So if I'm looking just for congressional maps, I can come in here and say, just show me the congressional maps. Or I can say, show me just the state Senate maps. There's a little plus button here that shows me more information. It'll tell me how percent complete on this plan. There's a plan timeline that shows which days I worked on this plan. This is just more information for me if I'm trying to go back to a particular plan and try to figure out when I did work on it. And if I'm happy with this plan, I can go ahead and open it. So this is a congressional plan for the state of Washington. So kind of let's look at the map quickly and figure out how it's structured. The districts are colored, so you can kind of see the color of the districts. The number is in the middle, and it will have one of 3 different icons next to it. You can have a checkbox, which means the plan is within deviations set for this particular plan. If it has a down arrow, it means that this particular district needs to reduce in population. It means it's overpopulated. And on this plan, I don't have any that are over, but if they were over, the arrow would point up. So down here at the bottom, we have all of the different demographic information about this particular plan. So this is actually an Excel spreadsheet. So if any of you have used Excel before, if you double click here, you can see the formulas. And this particular deviation is also a formula. So it's basically the population subtracted from the target divided by the target. So that's what the formula is. And it has been formatted to display like this. So if I go to the formatting, this is just the Excel formatting. That is red if it's greater than 5%, and it's green if it's within 5%. So if I want to change these formattings, if you have any familiarity with Excel, you'd be able to do this pretty readily. So this first tab, and there's multiple tabs here. This first tab shows the summary of all the information that that we typically display. In this particular plan, we did show the ACS population. So this is the ACS 2019 population. So we are displaying that. We're also showing next to it the 2010 population. So for them, their population has increased. So their district sizes has gone from 672 to 740. That's the net population increase for each of these districts. The software does have the ability to also display the location of incumbents. In their particular case, they elected not to show that information. Before I get off from on the spreadsheets, the detail. So this shows the summary of all the information. The detailed information are on these secondary tabs. So where here I have the demographics as percentages, and sorry I screwed up the Black population. I didn't put it in. But this is the summary information, and the details are here. So here I can actually see the total population itself. And same for the 2010, and then we have the voting age information. And then Kim mentioned that he has created spreadsheets that have other types of information. Those spreadsheets would go here, and then the information would be displayed. So looking at the edit tools, so the district that we're assigning to shows up over here. So that's District 10. So whatever I assign to right now goes to District 10. The select layer is the the layer of geography that I'm selecting from and putting into District 10. So that's what this select layer is. I have two boxes here. One of them says plan deviation. That's the overall plan deviation. The district with the highest with the highest deviation subtracted from the district from the lowest deviation, and that is 6 and 7. So in this case, I can see on the spreadsheet that 6 is 4 and 7 is 5, and that's why those are the two districts that are creating my deviation of 9.74. So if I want to reduce the overall plan deviation, I need to focus on these two districts that are above where they need to be. If I am curious about any particular piece of geography, I can select this information tool, and you can see as you move the mouse over, they will tell you what the button does. So I get a list here, and then now if I click into anything, it will actually show for me the information. So in this case, I have, this is 511 is my total population, and I also in this particular data set do have some political information. So I have Obama versus McCain. So if I were to select those two things, now what happens is when I click, I will get a little chart here that kind of tells me in a very quick way what that demographic look like for these particular precincts. And I'm downtown Seattle, so you can see the Democrat vote was higher than the Republican vote. So this is just a very quick way for me to see information on the map.
I think from Michigan's standpoint, you know, you're looking less at the political data. That's more for someone like Lisa Hanley to use. It will be there for information purposes and the fairness argument, that sort of thing. But, you know, we may be looking more at racial composition, and you can do the same thing that Fred's showing you with the race data as being part of the calculations of the circular areas, that sort of thing.
So I'm going to show a very basic couple of steps for making some adjustments here. So I'm looking at this spreadsheet. I see that District 7 is overpopulated, which kind of makes sense. This is downtown Seattle, so this is District 7. So I'm going to kind of look at what District 7 looks like. And if I double click on it, it will actually highlight the boundary for me. So this is District 7, and it includes a good chunk of downtown Seattle. And it looks like that's an area where the population has really grown. So this district needs to shrink. So one of the things I can do in my spreadsheet, I can say, if I'm looking at District 7, show just the current district and adjacent. So now I'm looking at districts that are adjacent to District 7. And here I can see that these other ones are pretty good, but maybe a good candidate would be District 6. So it would, District 6 needs to grow by quite a bit, around 32,000, and District 7 needs to go down by 39,000. So if I expand District 6 into 7, then that might be a good way for me to correct this issue. So the way that I do that is I go in here and I pick District 6. Then I click my assign button. And let's say I decide to pick up this chunk because it's already on the other side of the water. So it may be a good section to assign to District 6. And I just start clicking. And you can see these numbers are kind of beginning to change. And once they get into my target zone, it actually turns green. So you can see now that red has changed And so at its very core, that's how we do adjustments. And this is essentially the simplest part of the process. Of course, I would want to get more information about who I'm assigning, and if I'm looking at certain racial demographics, I may want to display that information. But that's the simplest way to do these assignments. Now, before I kind of move on to more stuff to show, do you guys have any questions? All right, somebody has got questions.
You know, I think this is very, very valuable information, and information that the whole commission needs to see, because, you know, it's more than just the four of us that want to be involved in the mapping. But I also I don't know if right now is the appropriate time to be going over this software stuff. You know, I thought that the point of today was to go do more of like a question and answer about, you know, the process issues, so we know when we do know how to use this software, it can be more streamlined. So I guess I'm a little just confused on where we're going with this.
Good question, Anthony. And a valid point from that side. We're planning to have, and I've talked with Sue about it, to have Fred do a more in-depth training of the software for the whole commission. He is out next week doing training elsewhere, but Sue and I have looked at July 8th, at your meeting on July 8th, which would be total consumption of, this is how the software works and this is the things that can be done on that side. What we wanted to do for you today is kind of give you a preliminary look at some things so that you kind of get a feel for how it looks and operates, so that in your deliberations in terms of direction, you at least have that background. Our goal is not to give a total training of the software to you today. There's a lot more that is in the software, but we wanted to kind of give you an overview of what the potentials are that you could be looking at and seeing as you start thinking about your deliberations and the questions that we're going to get to. We will get to those today. But I wanted to at least let you see kind of what is there as an overview kind of thing. It may be good at this point. I know, Fred, you've got a whole bunch more stuff that are in here, but it may be good to flip over to see the web-based one so that they can get kind of an overview of the web-based capabilities that the general public could use and utilize, but also some of the commissioners may want to use that as an application to look at and see things. So again, this is just kind of an overview so that you can get a look and feel. You know, it's got the map there, it's got the spreadsheet, the kinds of things that I was trying to describe to Doug, you know, at earlier this week's meetings, so that you can kind of get this kind of overview of the what's processing is possible.
Rhonda, go ahead.
Thank you for that, Mr. Brace. I do need to echo Anthony's concerns, though. Can you kind of give us an idea of time-wise? Because there is going to be quite a bit of questions, and I'm sure follow-up questions to questions that we'll want to. I know how this, you know, how the commission as a whole, we're very inquisitive, and
Oh,
we
yes,
like a lot of
I've watched you
additional
for a long
questions.
time. Yes, I agree.
Yes, and you know, we have 2 meetings set aside to get the work that the subcommittee needs to get done accomplished. So I'm kind of on board with Anthony, and I mean no disrespect whatsoever. This is very useful information, but I'm just wondering for the allotted time that we have, what are we looking at for discussion? And then what are we looking at for the presentation part?
Right. So what I would suggest, Fred, if you can move to the browser one for like 5 minutes, just so that people can just see the difference between those, and then we can start getting into some of the questions that are on the list from Sue. That was what my thought was and my plan was. Again, I didn't want to get too deep in the woods in terms of one particular aspect, but just kind of give you an overview.
Yeah. So there's a couple of different parts of the online stuff. I'll kind of cover them quickly, and then we can see if there's any questions. So for them, the one part was this community of interest thing issue, and these are the ones that have been submitted in Washington, and they list here on the so I'm on the website. So these are the community of interest links that show up, and if you click the open, it'll bring up the map. But on my desktop, it kind of looks like this. So if I go into this data exchange and I go to communities of interest, I can download as an overlay. And once they're here, then I can kind of see what the community of interest request was, and whether, like here, there are some community of interest lines that I need to look at. So that's kind of the integration with the community of interest. Then we kind of have the comments. So these are the comments that have been placed on the map, and I'll just kind of show how the commenting part works. So this is essentially the same map that was there. And normally we don't have all the comments visible. It means that if you place a comment, you can't see everybody else's comment. So the software can be set up so that comments are visible to everybody, or comments are sort of semi-visible, meaning you can see the comment was placed, but you can't see what the comment was. Or we can set it up so that you can only see your own comments. Here, I've set it up so that all the comments are actually visible. So the way you do a comment, you just go in here, you have the map up, you can see obviously the districts and their deviations, and then you can say, something that, so you get this form, and then I can put in my information, and I think this is very good.
Got a quick question.
Sure,
Based
Dustin.
on the web comment that I just tried to put in, are most of those fields optional?
Well, most except for the email.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Because we do need to validate, basically what happens is we will get I'll get an email.
To confirm that it was in fact you that
Correct.
Made the comment. Makes sense.
And
Right.
I just validated that comment through my email. And now that comment is there. There it is. And from the desktop, I can go in here and look for this particular plan, and I can look at all the comments that have been placed on any and all plans. But I can add that in here, and now, as I'm working, those comments are there, so I can look and see, okay, what was that comment that was placed?
Got it. Oh yeah, there it is. Perfect.
So this is what I was talking about when I said, the tight integration between these systems. That's sort of what really allows me to get prepared for a public hearing by actually having seen what everybody's doing. So looking
Oh,
at
wait.
go ahead.
1 second. Rhonda had something too.
Thank you. Just one quick question while you were on overlay. I know another commissioner had a question about this, and it seems like the perfect time to ask. We have 7 criteria that we have to look at. When you have the overlay, say like of communities of interest, can the other 6 also be incorporated into that, where they can be like layered on top of each other based off from the rank that they have for what we have to do? Do you
As lo-
understand what I'm saying there?
As long as they're geographically displayable.
Okay.
So if it's
That's the key. That's the key that I've also said many times in my presentations to you, of just making sure that people, if they're going to put comments, tell us where, not necessarily their address, because I know you've taken a vote on that already, but tell us where so that we know, and I've tried to impress upon all of you in terms of that. With knowing you're concerned about school districts doesn't help if I don't know what school district you're in, for example, or other kinds of information to help me put it on a map so that I can see it.
Thank you.
Yeah, with this was an issue. This was a big issue when we were dealing with the commission in Austin. People would come to the hearing and they would want their community explained, but they would just say, I'm south of this street, north of that street, and we would just sort of get this very vague idea of what they were talking about. So having the ability to place a dot on a map or draw it on the map really kind of helps out in the process.
Julianne, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really briefly, that to contrast for Rhonda's question and the other commissioners' questions that she's relaying. So some of the criteria, like the Voting Rights Act and things like that, that would be the analysis that's supported that would come through, or some of Dr. Handley's work would be in the statistical analysis, and that would also be displayed, just not geographically. So you would have the corresponding numbers for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So this is the desktop redistrict. I mean, sorry, the web-based redistricting. And when you log in, there's a message board where you can communicate with the administrator. Because I am an administrator, I can see everybody that's on the system. So if anybody wants to communicate with me, they'll send a message and I can respond back to them. I can go to my plan manager, and here is where I have all the plans that I've created online. This is the one I just uploaded incidentally. So the one I uploaded for comment now shows up over here. And if I want to edit it, I can go ahead and click open. Before I do that, there's also tools here for validating the plan before I submit it, and a submission button. So once I submit the plan, then it can go to the commission for consideration. So if I'm a member of the public and I want to submit a plan, this is how I do that. So this is the interface to the web-based version, and you essentially kind of zoom in and select geographies that you want to assign. So if I want to assign to District 10, I can just pick this and then select District 10 and then click assign. So you can see it's a much simpler way of working. There's only very limited set of tools here, and essentially I can see what the population value is as I move the mouse over it, but my demographics are somewhat limited here as far as what is displayed. And once I'm happy with my plan, I can validate it. And then the software will run a bunch of checks, and then it'll say this plan is ready for submission, and then I can submit it from the other screen. So that's it as far as the web-based tools go.
All right. Good. So I just wanted all of you to kind of see the differences between the two, because it is a distinction for you as commissioners to recognize and feel comfortable on how you want to work. As I mentioned before, we're going to be as map drawers working in the more extensive edge desktop software, but we'll have, just like what Fred's showing, access to anything that came in off of the web-based software also. So there's a wide variety in interfaces, and as I mentioned before, we've just got to work with Moon in terms of what's doable in terms of stuff coming from her.
The one thing that I did, it's probably worth showing, is in addition, is the fact that you can work on the online version if you choose to do that, and then have us be able to look at the plans and edits that you make. The commenting that I showed earlier is also not necessarily can be shared with the public. So if it's an internal comment, if we make an adjustment, I want to show it internally to just you guys, we can just limit it to a subset of people before it sort of rolls out online. So there is a variety of ways to configure this. It's probably worth knowing that so that you guys can decide how you want to do that.
Yep.
And I just added the plan that I just edited online. So now it's showing up over here, and I can, do a comparison to see what edits were made online.
Doug, give your.
Yeah, it's good to understand this. I think, and we're going to get to this in one of the questions later on, but I think what we need to do is at some point make a decision on whether we want to use the web-based at all. I mean, my big concern there is we've already got a repository of comments coming in from the public, and now we're going to go tell the public to do it a different way. And I mean, that's for discussion later on when we get to this point. But I think we want to be careful on what we use and how we use it, but we need to determine that and come back with a recommendation. So, but we'll handle that as we go through the process here. Thanks.
Right. I think you're right, Doug. My purpose today was just kind of give you some overviews as well as some thought process on, if we're going to end up using the comments that have come in from Moon, that's still a work in progress and how we can get those in on that side. So just wanted to show you the differences and distinctions on that regard.
Yeah, I mean, what I don't want to do is tell the public, oh, we got a different way of putting your comments in, start
Right.
over,
No, I can understand that. I agree.
Yeah, so I think that's part of the discussion later on as we get into this subject. Okay, thanks.
Indeed.
So I'm done as far as showing the software. So if you guys want to move to questions, this just shows the edit I just made online. So I can if somebody makes an online edit, we can compare it to what we've done on the desktop and then make the adjustments.
Okay. Fred, if you want to unshare your screen, because I want to share the active matrix that we have put together that shows kind of the more extensive capabilities so that you can see that, and then we can get into some of these questions on that regard. So let me show you quickly what the more extensive active matrix. This is like what Fred has already shown you, the different capabilities. You've set up an overview, but we're showing the individual populations, both what's coming from the ACS data from the Census Bureau, as well as the ESRI's data set. And that's what we're looking at in terms of getting for Michigan. We also have the different racial demographics shown the different way. We've pulled in the citizenship voting age, which is coming from the ACS. And of course, we end up having some of the political data. And this is some of the stuff that Lisa will end up using, where we do have in these instances each year, we've got the individual election results. This is in the city of Virginia Beach, but this is what she uses for the purposes of the racial block voting and seeing the effectiveness on that side. So I wanted to show this capability on that side too. And so as any of the map drawing takes place, all of these numbers change, and that's where then they can be fed back to Lisa in terms of the effectiveness of the plan. So let me get out of the share on that one and bounce back. I need to run real quickly to answer the door. So could we have a minute to let me go answer the door, and then I'll be right back and we can move on to the questions.
So if we really need to, we could take 5 real quick. That's up to us 3 or 4, I suppose.
So return at 10:20, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's fine. Just come back at 10:20.
Okay.
If everyone's okay with that, if you want to stand in recess for 5 minutes.
Should we vote on it?
Yeah, okay, so I'll move to recess until 10:20.
I second it.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, I'll see you in, oh, sorry, hold on. Any objections, raise your hand and say nay. Seeing none, all right, we'll stand in recess until 10:20. Alrighty. As chair of the subcommittee for the redistricting process, I call this meeting back to order. If I could have the Secretary of State Staff or Department of State Staff, please call the roll. Sarah?
Hi, Commissioners. My apologies. I was experiencing some technical difficulties. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. And please disclose your physical location that you are attending the meeting from by stating the county, city, township, or village, and the state from which you are attending the meeting remotely. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present, and I'm attending this meeting from Chester Hills, Michigan.
Thank you. Anthony Eid.
Present, and I'm attending this meeting from Detroit, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending from Reed City, Michigan.
Dustin Witches.
Present, I'm attending this meeting from Warren, Michigan.
Thank you. All commissioners are present.
Okay. Alrighty, since we're all back, I suppose we can get on to the questions if that's okay. Does anyone want to start? Go ahead, Rhonda. You're muted. Doug? Doug, you're muted.
I apologize. Can I suggest that as we, just before we start the questions, we determine that who's going to keep track of any recommendations that we may have? And my opinion is we probably should have a recommendation on each of the items as we move forward. So that needs to be determined as we move forward.
Sue, your thoughts?
I am happy to record the conversation and keep track of the recommendations. I've started a spreadsheet that we can add to, edit, delete, whatever this group wants to do. But I'm happy to record what's happening here so it can be reported out to the commission.
That's fine by me. Rhonda, are you okay at this point?
I'm here now. I apologize. It wouldn't let me unmute and then it kind of kicked me out. Could you just repeat whatever was said, just real quick rundown for me so I can be caught up?
Go ahead, Sue.
I just indicated that I would record the conversation, your decisions, your recommendations. So I will provide a report at the after the meeting for you, for your use.
Okay. Alrighty. All right, so moving on to the actual questions here. I guess I'll start because this is one that I saw on there. And it's also been something that's been brought up in a lot of our meetings themselves. I'm sure you're probably aware of where I'm going to be going. But my question is it feasible to start from absolute scratch when it comes to the redrawing of the maps themselves? Or is it a better idea to use existing data from 10 years ago or the current district maps and make adjustments? I'm personally on the fence. I like both ideas. However, I'm leaning towards starting from scratch based off of the public comment that we have received.
That's a good, a valid question, Dustin. And let me give you some experience from that side, but also some thoughts and comments in that regard. You guys are unique. We've already talked about that and know that per se. Experience-wise, what normally takes place is that most of the redistricting starts with the existing districts and makes adjustments to those to deal with the populations, maybe dealing with the minority populations, maybe dealing with the politics, all of those kind of factors that come into play. In the normal redistricting, particularly when it's the legislature, what we did see in 2000 is that there was a whole new set of people with their hands on the mouse. Previously, Democrats would control a state, would draw the districts a certain way. Basically, Democratic ways of drawing was to do coalition districts, little African Americans here, little Hispanics there, some liberal whites over there, and you create a Democratic seat. Republicans would tend to create what I would call more polarizing districts, to where they're looking at putting as many Democrats in the smallest number of seats. You got to be careful going that way because it could be a discrimination thing. And so there's been some of the cases since 2010 that have brought back some of those kind of district drawings. But you've got the two dynamics in play on that side. By starting with the existing districts, you're embedding some of that dynamic already in that regard. And so starting from scratch kind of gives you a clean slate, more possibilities in that regard. But also part of the thing that you'll get as soon as we get the data is we're going to take a look at the existing plan and show you what are the deviations under the existing plan. So you know that, all these districts up in the thumb area have got to add populations or whatever the case may be, similar to what we were trying to show you with some of the estimates that we have as a way of experimenting and showing that sort of thing. But as soon as we get the new data and the PL data, we'll end up running that on the existing districts as at least a first cut of this is what some of the data is showing. Now, having said that, at that point in time, certainly you could start with a clean slate. And one of the nice things about the software is you can do it both ways. You can end up creating plans with a starting point of a clean slate. You can do it as a starting point with, existing districts and how they could get manipulated. You could do it with, and what I've done in a number of different states is show what happens when you start at the bottom of the state and move north, or starting at UP and coming south. Because what you'll find in doing that is that there's different dynamics that come into play. Certainly some of those are the public comments that you've been getting and all of that. But what is nice about the software is that you can experiment and you can see what the impact is. From an experience standpoint, let me tell you that back in 1980, we were creating in a legislative session probably about 10 plans for the entire legislative session. In 1990, we had PCs for the first time, and all of a sudden we could create 100 plans as during the legislative session. When we got to faster computers and more capabilities, we could create 1,000 plans. Well, now, we've got academics that are sitting there creating 1 million plans on that side. Yes, you can end up creating all sorts of different possibilities. But the nice things about computers these days is that you can do a bunch of varieties and you can see what the impact is. That's the nice thing about the computers, is you get to see what the impact is, and then you could vote on it. You can vote going this way, you can vote going that way. but clearly the best thing is to experiment. And so, my favor would be to move in a variety of different directions. I am interested in this region possibility. And one of the things that might be a way of thinking in terms of for the commission, and I think for you guys to also think about, does it make sense to divide the commission into different regions of the state? Have some people draw the northern part of the state, have other people draw the metro area, and see what could be done. That way you could end up dealing more more concentrated on what the public comments are for that region, for that area on that side. Trying to take on everything is a monumental task, but doing it by regions, you can kind of get some specialties that you now know this area more extensively, and you can end up reflecting some of the comments that have come back to you. That then also raises the question that you also had here, is that what should you be drawing first? Congressional district, state house, state senate? That is a valid question and a valid choice. Experience, again, from my side, is that you end up having congressional would probably be easier to start with. Certainly, you've got less districts to draw, but doing state house, you're getting into the weeds right away and looking at what could be done in this particular area. If you think in terms of regions, then you're really probably looking at letting the regional people think in terms of how state house and state senate districts, and then the group coming together overall and looking at congressional. That's one way to play it. I will tell you that from an experience of an election administrator, which is the other hat that I wear, and your county clerks and your town clerks, for their purposes of conducting elections, the more lines that coincide together, the better it is from their standpoint. And clearly forcing one set of House lines and one set of Senate lines, and they don't interface between each other, causes havoc for county and town clerks in terms of the precincts that ultimately have to be made, the ballot styles that have to be done. So I'm always thinking in terms of that also. My experience in looking at and doing work in Iowa, for example, they have a unique system. They are the only state of the country where they have truly nested all three layers: congressional, state senate, state house. And they do that by going high to low. They create their congressional districts, being as equally populated as possible, using larger geographies, but at least they create congressionals. And that then becomes, in their map drawing process, kind of a constraint. Then within each congressional district, they're creating the state senate districts within that congressional district. So they're not having overlaps. Now, of course, it depends on how many districts there are and whether or not things divide, of course. But they're then creating the state senate districts. And once they get those pretty well set in terms of equal population, then they end up dividing the state senate districts into the state house districts, but staying within the state senate district boundaries. So it is a true nested circumstance. It works well for them. It helps election administrators, but it does impose all sorts of constraints on things. If you're suddenly constrained on how you're going to draw these state house districts by that state senate district that was created first, That may be a constraint that's too much. But it does give you the capabilities of seeing what potential choices there are on that regard.
Mr. Morgan, I know you had something to add.
Yeah, and I see Commissioner Lang also has
Yep.
something. So I'll be brief on this. Really just 2 points. Your central question was, should you start from scratch, as you say, or should you use the existing maps? At the very least, it would be useful to look at the existing maps and perform some analysis, just to look at them and say, okay, these districts are out of population alignment by this much. And the reason you do that is it really does help you see where the population shifts are. Even if you then say, we're no longer going to look at these districts, at the very least, you get the information. It's a quick way to understand the population shifts. In addition, there is another advantage, which is that there may be some configurations in the existing plan that make sense going forward. And I'll give an example in the UP. You may reshuffle the counties up there, but there's only so far you're going to go where the district is going to be really, really similar to what it is now. Just because of the way the population stands. So that's kind of my one point, is at the very least, it's useful to have that information. It's out there. You don't have to commit to saying we're only going to use the existing plan, but it's a useful reference. And then the other issue that was brought up as part of the discussion was nesting. It sounds good and it may be possible to some extent, but the numbers are difficult here because you have 38 state Senate districts. And if you were to put 3 state House districts in each of the Senate districts, you'd have 114 House districts. So you would have to do some interesting gymnastics to make it work, where you'd basically have 3 districts in most of the Senate plans, and then you'd have these additional 4 districts that you wouldn't really have. So it would be very complicated, and I don't even know what that would look like. And then since I'll just take this time and say one thing, because it was also brought up, the idea of where to start. And again, if you start from scratch, you can look at the population and say, well, there's about this many seats in this area. That's helpful, as we've talked about and I've talked about. I might recommend that you start with the state Senate because it's a midpoint. It's not as complex as the state House. A lot of the state Senate districts are composed of whole counties, and it'll give you an idea moving some of this around. It might be a good place to start. The congressional has another issue where you're going to have to go all the way down to 0 population, although you could test the congressional getting close, and that's also, there are fewer districts, but that's just a thought. So I'll stop there so you can get to other questions.
General Counsel Pesciula, as the lawyer, you get to cut the line if you raise your hand.
Yes. You get to listen to her. Yes.
Well, you have no idea how much I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to make 2 really quick observations. One would be that we don't have nesting as a criteria. So I think that to constrain ourselves in a manner that is not provided for in our constitutional guidance would be inadvisable. And the other thing I would like to highlight is that I know in the past I've mentioned at length the League of Women Voters versus Benson case. Again, the interplay with the Common Cause v. Rucho Supreme Court case holding that the courts can't decide partisan gerrymanders. I do think it would be beneficial for the commission to have a memo outlining those districts that were held by the 3-court federal panel as partisan gerrymanders in Michigan. And I think that is driving a lot of the public comment. I would speculate that drives a lot of the public comment about starting fresh. And certainly a lot of those things would be uplifted during the statistical analysis that Mr. Morgan indicated. But I just wanted to highlight those 2 really minute, but yet critical clarifications that directly impact the current discussion on how to proceed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Mr. Stigall, you had your hand up, then Commissioner Clark, and then Commissioner Ede. Rhonda, did you still have something, or are you okay?
Yeah, I want to add in. I've created a lot of plans over the decades, and Republican, Democrat plans came from universities, plans came from individuals. And one huge issue that we had anytime somebody brought a plan in that had districts numbered differently, or just 1 through 100 or 1 through 10, that immediately stopped everything, because it was like, okay, this district number 1, if a university or college student said, well, I wasn't worried about district numbers, that's fine. But immediately when the public sees that plan, they don't, they're up in arms, because they don't know where District 10 is. They don't know even the region of the state, what is 20. So by starting from scratch, when you have a District 1 and you put it in Southern Michigan, and 10 years ago it was in Northern Michigan, it's going to cause a lot of confusion from plan to plan. It'll be hard to compare them other than geographically.
Got it.
So just even if you started with the current districts and immediately shrunk them down to their core area, so that you're not, you're almost starting from scratch, but at least the public and other commission members know the general location of District X, even if you cut it down to 1/3 of the ideal deviation, and then went from there. So,
Well, I mean, I
that's my
suppose we could,
opinion.
I suppose you could just ignore numbers altogether and just draw, and then we'd superimpose where the rough districts are and put them on the map after the fact, and we have the lines drawn. I mean, that's just
Yeah,
how I would do it.
And another concern I had,
the software does let you renumber districts once you've got them drawn. So, yeah, you might start with District 1 down in Detroit, but you could end up, after you've got a good feel for how you wanted it, then you could readjust the numbers to reflect, well, it's always been in Grand Rapids or whatever the case may be.
general area.
Yep.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I wanted to.
I'm sorry to,
Oh, go ahead.
guys, before we break up, Mr. Stegall had another comment he wanted to make. Could we afford him that opportunity to finish his
sure
thought?
can.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I lost my train of thought on this, but it had to do with is it a concern if you start from scratch and none of the districts are numbered? What's the level of concern about having 4 or 5 delegates or senators or representatives in one district and 4 or 5 districts surrounding that area with none? Are we going to run into, you draw a great plan and then we're concerned because half the districts don't have members in it, don't have any current representation, and then other districts are highly competitive with each other.
Got it.
Okay, that's my
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main reasons this commission is put together is to get the public comment and then utilize the public comment. And I have heard consistently in every meeting from a number of people that they want us to start from scratch, which is what my thoughts are. However, I like what John said, to do take the current districts and map those and with a new population, and then use that as a reference point or a comparison as we move forward. I think that makes a lot of sense. Not that we need to use it, but I think we need to start from scratch personally, but it's great reference point and might teach us a lot of things as we move forward. And the nesting, I think we should just put aside. I think mathematically, it's just too difficult. That's kind of my opinion on how we should move forward as a recommendation. But I definitely want to hear from Rhonda and Anthony and you, Dustin.
Commissioner Ede.
Okay, so a few things that we just learned, which I'm glad that we learned it. We learned it is possible, with the software to start from scratch. And I agree that is my preference, that we start from scratch. I mean, I think that's the number one thing that we've heard so far. As far as the numbering goes, I agree with what you said, Dustin. I mean, we could just, after we draw what we're going to draw, we could just, approximate the geographical locations of where they're at and, put a number on it. So if, whatever we draw for the UP could be District 1, because that's what currently is District 1. We could do that and start from scratch. So I think that's the first decision point that we have to make here.
Commissioner Lang.
I wasn't sure if we were going to start talking about those or go through all the other questions. That's why my hand's been up and down. My thought on starting from scratch, I've got several. So when we went into these hearings, we were told to use discernment for a lot of the public comment because you just never know. I am finding some of the public comment repetitive. That doesn't mean it's not less important, but some of it does seem a little coached. In my opinion, this is just my opinion. And again, I'm not saying anybody's opinion or comment is any more important than others. There have been groups that have come out and said that they want us to start with fresh maps, organized groups. So my thought process is in trying to be fair with everybody that's giving us comments, because there's also people that have multiple people that have given us comments that they did not want us to start from scratch, that actually they like their areas, their communities of interest. And I'll use, for example, one that stands out is the Sanford, the groups that came from Sanford that experienced the flood, and how they said that, they're working hand in hand with the government to help get back on their feet and help rebuild. And it's very imperative to them. They would like to keep the representation, and I'm not making this political, that they have, but I can kind of understand where they're coming from in that aspect. And then I'm looking at it from a constitutional point too. There's a question that came up in my head about this starting from scratch and not starting from scratch. And I think it might play off from Kent's comment a little bit. One of our criteria is not giving a favor or disfavor into, to any current incumbent. If we draw the maps completely from scratch, and those areas are no longer even similarly in the areas which these people are currently representing, would that be giving them an unfair advantage then? I guess I don't know how the political process works. I'm as far as that goes, I imagine that they have to live within the district that they represent. So if we start from scratch, are we automatically going against one of, even though it's a lower constitutional criteria, are we automatically going against one of those, which is going to bring up court cases right off the bat? So my opinion on starting from fresh and not, I'm on the fence. I do like the idea of looking at the existing once we get the data. I like the idea of definitely adjusting heavily gerrymandered areas and seeing what that looks like. And then if we have to start from scratch, then I would be, but I do want to look at all options. And that's all I've got.
I got that too. And I was thinking about the constitutionality of the other things that we have to do with not disfavoring or favoring any current incumbent. But I have a feeling that litigation is going to come anyway, because there's going to be an argument saying that if we change the actual district by just one person, we're now disfavoring or favoring them in any particular manner. Those challenges are going to come no matter how we do it. And that's just a thought that I had months ago, in my opinion. But again, that's speculative, and I don't really know if that's going to, stand. But I see your point, Rhonda. Like that you have a very good point where if you do start from scratch, then technically and move everything further than it would be normally, then you could be disfavoring or favoring. But you have a very, very good point, in my opinion. So, and let's see, General Counsel Pestula, you get to cut the line again.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Again, I know we consistently talk about the commission adhering to the constitutional criteria and doing its work and all of that. So we're always focusing on that. The litigation will unfold however it unfolds, the constitutional criteria, and that you show your work and you have the statistical data to back up the districts that you're drawing and the recommendations that you're making is always at the forefront. So, and I think this conversation that's happening regarding starting fresh or adjusting, like many of the discussions have pros and cons on both sides, which makes it so difficult to make these kinds of firm decisions without that data in front of you. But again, the process should be driven by the commission's consistent expression of their desire to do the right thing and follow the Constitution. And I just wanted to highlight that again should be the focus. The litigation, the lawyers will worry about that. We'll worry about you guys focusing on the actual duties that were entrusted to you under the Constitution. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Yes, I'd like to put a motion forward that we recommend to the commission that we do start from scratch. However, that we also use John Morgan's approach of taking a look at the existing data as well for reference point.
That would be as like a comparison, right, Doug?
Correct, as a comparison.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right. So the motion has been seconded on starting fresh, but utilizing a comparison of the data that we already have. Is there any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Lang.
I think it's too quick to make that decision. That's my only discussion.
My opinion on that is we've got a lot of decisions to make, and given the input that we're getting from our consultants and what we've learned so far from the public, that we should just move forward with some recommendations. I mean, they're going to get discussed again up at the full commission, but if we start delaying things, we're never going to get done.
Commissioner Lang.
We don't even have the full context of the questions that we need to ask. I think if we're truly doing our due diligence, we should gather all of the information, look at it collectively, because something in this information might affect some process with this information. So all I'm saying is we've got 2 days of meetings to come up with our process and to make those decisions. I think we should collectively gather all information that's needed before we make quick decisions.
But this is part of the process. And so I think that we need to handle these things one by one. I mean, we're going to be here for more than 2 meetings if we go collect all the data and then come back and revisit each one of these. So just make the best of the data that we got and the advice we've got from our consultants at this point. And the only thing I didn't address on that motion was the numbering, but I don't know how you want to handle that.
Any other further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we'll make a vote. All in favor of the motion to start fresh, but utilize the data that's currently available on the existing maps for comparison purposes. If you agree, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you disagree, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
3-1, motion carries. And Sue?
Just briefly for clarification, I don't think this body can approve that kind of recommendation, that kind of vote. I think this is a recommendation to the commission. I just want to clarify that the maps be started from scratch. So
You make
I don't. Yeah,
Very,
Julianne, I
very,
don't know
very
if you.
good point. As soon as I saw your hand come up, I had that exact same thought. Like we can't make motions in, as far as I'm concerned, in regards to things like this. However, I would say that we could potentially make a motion to make that a particular recommendation that we bring to the entire commission and then vote on it. But
Yes, and I think that's
Exactly.
I think that's how I phrased the original motion, that it
Mhm.
was a recommendation.
right,
Mhm.
correct.
Correct.
Yes, it
Everything,
was.
coming out of this subcommittee should be a recommendation.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, like we're not making any decisions at all. Like we're saying, you know, these are the things that we recommend. So do our motions even really required for that?
The committee can, the committee was tasked with bringing back recommendations. So yes, the votes would be appropriate for those recommendations that you want to move forward. And
Got
the
it.
first recommendation to be sent to the full commission that
Is
just
this one.
happened.
Got it.
Correct.
Okay.
And I think Commissioner Lang's point was to have the fuller discussion of all the questions prior to making the decisions in the committee. That's how I understood that comment, was that it was not to get the data or external information. It was that the committee, hear the answers to all of the questions in the event that they're interrelated. But yes, the vote was appropriate as a recommendation.
Got it.
And the commission is expecting recommendations or even options. If the committee wishes to put options on a topic, that would also be appropriate.
Got it. Do I need to restate it and vote again, or is this good enough just by talking about it right now?
The motion that I had was the recommendation was to start from scratch, but take a look at the existing data as well as for comparison.
Yep.
So we can
that's my
certainly
understanding.
restate, yes, it's best practice to restate it prior to the vote.
Got it. I tried my best. Okay. So recommendation 1 done. I guess we can move on to the next questions. Whoever wants to start that, feel free. And there's a tie. So whoever wants to flip a coin, I suppose, we'll go with Commissioner Lang first.
Anthony, go ahead.
You sure?
Commissioner
Go
Eden.
ahead if you want, Rhonda.
Commissioner Eden.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my internet's being a little wonky. No, I was just gonna say the other thing that we heard about just now was, the order of doing the districts. So, are we gonna do congressional first, state house, state senate? So what are we gonna do there to make, this job the most, efficient process? Now, as our general counsel said, the I don't know what's called, the layering of, one seat within another seat within another seat. That's not a constitutional requirement, but just because it's not a constitutional requirement doesn't mean we can't keep it in mind. But I do think it would be a premature decision to, make that policy, as, creating more roadblocks for us probably isn't a good thing. So I guess my question to our experts would be, out of these 3 maps, which are the easiest to draw? I would think it would be the congressional districts. I mean, they're bigger, they have more people. I think all of us are more familiar with the congressional districts. So those are the easiest to draw. Maybe we ought to do those first and work our way down.
You're correct, Anthony. They would be the easier one to draw, but let me raise another equally important discussion point for you guys. Do we think of drawing in regions of the state? Because that is probably a larger factor than starting with congressional going down or starting with House going up. It really is, how do you guys want to organize yourself in the drawing process. That to me would be a more important thing to first do, because it may be that in the UP, you don't have to worry about congressional because you got to come across the bridge anyway, or that sort of thing. So thinking in terms of regions and how you'd want to organize yourself, I think is an important characteristic for you guys to think about and debate on that side.
Mr. Morgan?
Yes. So again, you have three different districts you're tasked with drawing. And I made the reference yesterday in my presentation to the Sistine Chapel, talking about planning. I mentioned how, it didn't happen from start to finish. Essentially, the artist there, Michelangelo, got better by drawing something first, and he learned, and his process later was better. So I would suggest that you give yourselves a little bit of flexibility to work on something to a point, and then maybe not all the way to the end. Maybe, for example, I suggest the state Senate districts because it's got some complexity. It's not as complex as the House, but in my experience, the congressional districts, while there are fewer in number, they have a lot of other issues that make them complex as well. So I just think that the state Senate might be a good, I don't want to say practice, but it may be a good practice. A lot of the districts are comprised of whole counties to a point, and you'll get some experience with that. And again, I'd say give yourself the flexibility to say, start with one of the three types of maps and go part of the way down, but not commit yourselves to completing it in the initial stages. Get a good ways down the line and then maybe switch. And then to Kim's point about regions, I think that's a good idea as well. You don't have to restrict yourselves to specific bounded regions and say, we're only going to work with this. Create your regions customized to the type of map you're doing. Like, for example, I pointed out there were 7 Senate districts population in Wayne County. This time around with the population loss, it's 6.6 approximately. So you'd have to add another county's portion of the population probably to that mix. But that's a good way to define yourself and say, well, we're going to have approximately 7 districts in this area, but you're not committing to the individual districts up front.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough question because we could start with any of the three, but here's the problem with regionalizing or just setting up districts and working with them, in my mind. If we do it as a commission, I think it's more efficient than doing it as subcommittees or special groups for each area, because what drives us is on an administrative issue we have here in Michigan is everything's got to be Open Meetings Act. So if we had 7 regions, that's 7 different meetings to go through this stuff. And then we got to get together and talk about it as a whole. So that's going to drive our time. And one of our biggest constraints is time right now. So I'm not against that regional concept and working small like John suggested and doing the piece here and so forth. But I do suggest that we do it as a commission and not separate committees. I don't know, do you have a comment on that, John, from your experience?
Sure. As far as I agree with what you're saying is the time. One of the reasons that you would separate into groups is you could work simultaneously. But what you're basically telling me is that if you do it in subcommittees, you don't necessarily have the staff to staff the individual subcommittees and act independently. You would basically have one subcommittee, and then you take time for another subcommittee. So they're sequential rather than parallel, like in circuitry. And the second point on that is, the regionality gives you an opportunity to take a break. So even if you as a whole commission or even as one subcommittee were to work on a region for a while, you can say, okay, we've worked on this for 2 days or a day or 20 hours or something like that. You can say, okay, we've gotten probably 75%, 80% of where we want to go. We're exhausted. Let's set that aside and look at another region. Some approach like that will help you, to Commissioner Lang's point, to get more information and to solidify your thinking a little bit before perhaps finishing something. So I'm saying, switching between regions, I think, is a good strategy. And again, your point is from the committee structure, it's unwieldy to create subcommittees. And I don't know that Kim Brace was saying you had to do this in the form of subcommittees, but the regional approach, to some extent, is efficient because you'll focus on a region at a time. And one more thing that Kim said, and Ken Stegall picked this up as well. When you start from one part of the state and just go all the way to the other part of the state, you'll make decisions slightly differently than if you start from the central part of the state and work out. And as you do more redistricting, you'll gain experience on that, and you'll learn. And I have experience on that too. When you have a different starting point, your approach is just affected a little bit as you go through it.
Got it. I'll give my thoughts in a minute. I don't know who to go to here at this particular point. General Counsel Pichula.
Mr. Chair, if Ms. Reinhardt could go first, because I have a feeling we're going to say the same thing, but I might want to add to it.
Thank you. Just to add a little bit of additional detail regarding the thought behind hosting simultaneous subcommittee meetings. As I pointed out at one of our previous meetings regarding staff resources and time, as you all know, the Constitution requires that members of the public are able to view meetings virtually and participate. And unfortunately, our resources that we have currently and our staff that we have currently would not be able to facilitate such a process of simultaneous subcommittee meetings. I'd also add that serving as Secretary of the Commission on behalf of Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, there is only one of me who would not be able to be present in multiple meetings at the same time. So just wanted to provide that additional detail. Thank you.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and to build on what Ms. Reinhardt said, it again, and I think Mr. Morgan made an important clarification that the regional approach is not necessarily tied to a committee-based approach. And as the consultants, I know they've been watching the commission's meetings for many months now. The full commission is definitely expressed a strong interest in working its way collectively through the state of Michigan. It has been staff's impression. So I would divest those two. If the committee was going to make recommendations on those, I would separate those two into two separate recommendations for the full commission to consider, would be my suggestion. Thank you.
That was my thought as well. I mean, this was my understandings. Like once we actually start drawing the maps, especially now that we're going to have to start meeting in person, you basically start the meeting much like we're doing our public hearings, and then just put a microphone up in the middle of the room. And then if we break off into a subsection, we break off into a subsection, but we can all work together basically in the same room anyway.
Correct.
So.
And again, that facilitated discussion and mapping, certainly the volume of the public record, if you were voting on every single line rather than having that collaborative discussion, and then the timing, I think, of when things are formalized is also an important thing to consider, but I don't want to get ahead of the process discussion on that.
Mr. Brace.
I think you do have a couple of different options in this regard. I wasn't really suggesting having simultaneous meetings. I recognize Sarah's sanctity in life, trying to deal with all these animals all over the place. Certainly on our side too, on that regard. But it's, you could end up doing, this region has from 8 to 10, we take a half-hour break, and next region has from 10:30 to 12:30, or, whatever, however you wanted to divide it. But you do let, some of the expertise then come into play on that front. You don't necessarily have to have everybody working at the same time. And later on, then you can come back into, all right, we've got some ideas on these 4 regions. Let's get everybody together to kind of review and look and see how they could fit, not fit, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, it's my understanding. This is just my thought. I have a feeling that when we start the meetings, those particular things are going to just be decided right then and there of how we want to tackle the particular day. Because as long as, there's a microphone in the room, and they can hear what we're talking about, you could say, well, they decided to go do this for this such and such amount of time, or these commissioners wanted to go do this, these commissioners wanted to go get coffee, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, but no, I see the point. Like, you breaking things up might be good, and then coming back with the whole group, and then saying, this is what we came up with. Does anybody else want to take a look before we vote on this, and so on and so forth. Executive Director Hammersmith.
I think what we're talking about is multiple layers of work. And if we have small groups of people that are going off and doing things, or an individual specializes in a region, or possibly a commissioner lives in a certain part of the state and they know that region really well, and they have an interest, they've listened to the public comment and they get what everybody's saying, they can bring that to the table. But if you have separate meetings to discuss this versus as a whole commission, then you're just creating another layer of work. Why don't we put the information on the table for everybody to see at once as one commission? If you have a specialty in that area, great, you can bring it to the table. But we as a commission, sorry, I keep, adding myself in, I'm staff, I can't vote. But the commission as a whole is going to make the decisions. So if everybody comes with the same information at the same time, despite the process, so whether we're going to say today we're going to work in the UP area, today we're going to work in Southwest or Southeast Michigan or Central Michigan, whatever that process is, we as a whole hear all the conversation and then can make decisions collectively. And I think that's just really important, rather than separating people up and into groups, not to mention that they can't bring their specialties to the table, and there will be discussions by region. And I'll shut up and let John speak.
Well, one other thing is, like, I could be completely wrong here, but my vision is, again, microphone in the middle of the room. We start. I don't think a chairperson is going to be there and like calling on every single person individually to say, what are your thoughts on this, and so on and so forth. We can just be talking back and forth with each other, because if you start to do that, then that's going to be incredibly inefficient, and it's going to just take longer and longer and longer to do anything. We can say, okay, we're going to work at this particular area of the state, and then, set the microphone up in the room, and then we just talk amongst ourselves meeting wise. Like, I don't think we're going to need to be calling on individuals to say, it's your turn to talk now. I don't think an argument's going to break out at any particular point in time. But that was one of my questions, is what's the most efficient way to go about doing this? And I thoroughly believe that if we, just start, we vote on and start working on one particular area of the state, so business of the day, and then we just say, okay, this is what we're doing, and turn the microphone on, and go. In my opinion, I feel like that's going to be the most efficient to have groupthink. Mr. Morgan, then, well, hold on, Mr. Morgan, Commissioner Eid, and then General Counsel Pastula.
So on the issue of efficiency, I'm imagining what you're saying about get in a room and go. But the word go in that circumstance, when you're talking about drawing maps, one of the things I would suggest, and I think this is part of the discussion, maybe ahead of where we are now, just a little bit. I would suggest that you want to have the ability to have a draft or a working plan not a plan, but just a concept. And that you can create, if you have to create a distinction, to call something a draft, so that you are clear that what you're working on is not, necessarily a final map, it's a proposal, in the same way that in your committee hearings, you have discussion. And, you will have discussion for a little ways, and then in the discussion, maybe you withdraw your concern, or, you learn some more information. So for example, if you are working in an area and you say, well, can you show us what it would look like a single district if you added that township or that county? And I would say that in this context, you would say, okay, we're in a draft situation, we're just looking at some options, and you designate that type of activity, so that it's not, you're not necessarily committing yourself to, we're voting on every single click of the mouse. Maybe you have to do that, I don't know, but if you establish some language or the ability to have discussion, that may be a way to handle it. Whereas some of these maps are considered discussion, and then you can look at the product of your discussion and, consider that as a motion or, a vote or something like that. I'm suggesting, at least at this stage, that you allow yourself to have experiments or concepts.
Commissioner Eid.
I didn't have my hand up, Dustin.
Oh, I'm sorry. General Counsel.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. And yes, Mr. Morgan just touched on what I commented on earlier, was that the workflow in the collaborative meeting shouldn't be interrupted by what would result in a tome of votes on drafts or very dynamic situation. You move one line, it has a corresponding reaction in another area. But what I really wanted to touch on again is this notion that separating those two ideas of working in different regions of the state as the full commission versus the commission separating into committees for regional work or that suggestion. Again, building on Ms. Reinhardt's comment about capacity and staffing issues, on Executive Director Hammersmith's comments, again, the Constitution contemplates the commission drawing the lines. So in addition to the deadlines that we have that we're up against, really from a work process standpoint, to have things happening in committees to be recommended back up to the full commission, and then having the full commission having to have that background understanding of the committee's work, really, in my estimation, does not make sense in this situation. Again, given the deadlines that the full commission is up against, and the work that is the responsibility under the commission, under the Constitution, it's the responsibility of the full commission. So I would strongly recommend, again, against that approach for not only capacity and timing issues, but the language of the Constitution as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, let's let Kim go before me, please.
Mr. Brace.
Okay. I have really no problem in having the full commission doing a meeting, but focusing on a given region. That would satisfy that kind of work process. You don't want to try to build the whole state at one point in time. You really do want to work in different regions. If you want to do that as a whole committee, I don't have a problem with that in that regard. We don't have to divide out the commission into individual areas from that regard. But I think the other point that John has made is that redistricting is really an ongoing stepping process, that you're not finalizing a map until the very tail end. You are looking at what possibilities there could be. You could, let's see what happens if we do this, and that can be plan A tentatively. We could then go and look at it from another direction, and that can be plan B tentatively. Things need to be tentative because you're gonna see that you're gonna need to make changes all the time in that regard. That's the one benefit of having the software, because you can do that and experiment. That's my
Clark. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah. I mean, I agree a lot about what John and Kim have said. So I'd like to put the motion forward for us to recommend to the commission that we take a regional approach and work toward that objective. And as part of that we start with the state Senate per John's recommendation. I think that's because there's more complexities in the congressional one. I think that's probably a smaller one to start with and understand things. But I'd like to add that to the motion, that we start with the state Senate and do it from a regional perspective. And so I put that on the table.
There's a second.
Sue has her hand up.
Executive Director Hammersmith.
Just a question. I didn't know if Doug wanted or did not want to add as a whole commission to that. Just so we also address that and what you've been talking about. Just a question.
Yeah, I definitely do. I thank you for that. Yeah, I don't want to split it up into small subsets, but as a whole commission, yes.
So Doug, you're saying, when you say as a whole commission, what do you mean exactly? So I feel like what we've said already is not going with like commissioners breaking it down, like someone does one area, someone does
right. Correct. So the mapping process will be a function of all 13 of us in the room at the same time, not 3 of us coming back with recommendations. That's what I mean toward it, Anthony.
But I think Doug,
Okay.
what you can do is I'm sorry, Julia.
I'm sorry. We have a motion that's waiting for a second. And
Okay.
I think the motion has been revised. Recommendation to the commission that the full commission take a regional approach and work towards that objective and start with the Senate. So we have to keep the votes crisp and the discussion on the motion. I mean, we don't even have a second for this motion yet. So
Here,
we're not even sure. Yeah, is there?
I'll second that, and then we can start the discussion right away.
Yeah.
If that makes more sense at that particular point, and we can just
Perfect.
pick
And
up
again,
right
the motion that's on the floor that I have for the record, made by Commissioner Clark and seconded by Commissioner Witches, is to recommend to the commission that the full commission take a regional approach and work towards that objective, starting with the Senate.
That's my understanding too.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the interruption, Mr.
Nope, it's fine. I was about to say the same thing. Okay, so now we can go on to the discussion before we vote. So, Mr. Brace, feel free to continue.
I just I partly lost my train of thought, but let me just say that you can end up implementing what Commissioner Clark was talking about, and you could do it in the pattern of, okay, this morning we're going to deal with this area of the state. We'll talk about that. We'll discuss it. And you could end up having experts within your commission, because each of you come from a different area of the state. You could have them, kind of take control, or take the first shot at, these are what I've heard from my neighbors and all of that kind of stuff, to get some of that into the discussion for everybody's sake. So that kind of helps out the process in that regard.
I would just say, as part of the discussion, if anyone has any questions that is helpful for your decision making, let me know.
As I was going to say, I don't see the harm in taking a regional approach by saying, hey, we're going to look at this particular, like start with the Senate maps per recommendation of election data services, and then take a regional approach of each state working together as 13 of us. That seems like a relatively good idea to me.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
Commissioner Eden.
I guess that's kind of the big question, isn't it? Like, what is the approach? Like, how are the 13 of us actually going to sit down and, do it in a conducive manner? There has to be some sort of, we've mentioned flow charts here and there. We've mentioned stepwise processes to make this happen. Because what I'm worried about is, the repeatability of any process that we undertake. Because, we want a balance between something that we can repeat so we can show our work, show our decision-making process, but also we don't want it to be, so defined that you can't get creative at all. Because we do have communities of interest that are a big part of this, and we may need to get a little creative here or there in different areas. So I guess, that's where I'm kind of hung up on, like, how do we actually do that?
Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Lang.
Now, I want to respond to Anthony's point. I think that's another part of the discussion. How do we run those meetings, rather than where do we start and how do we, do this thing regionally and so forth, or whether we do it regionally or not. So I would suggest that maybe that's the next topic we talk about, or before the end of the day, at least talk about it.
Commissioner Lang.
I'm just going to reiterate what I said earlier. I feel like we should have all of the information before we start making decisions. We are 2.5 hours in and we've had 2 questions. I think it will be a lot easier for us to make these decisions when we have all of the information combined. Because what I'm hearing is a question's being asked, and then there's a motion, and then we're adding on to the motion, and then clarification on the motion. I just feel we should be collecting all of the information, which the first 90 minutes of this meeting was supposed to be assigned to that, and then start making the motions and the recommendations. I think we're working in a very inefficient way right now. And I just had to say that, but that's just my opinion.
Any further discussion on the motion? Feel free to weigh in, Mr. Morgan. Commissioner Eden, I'm sorry.
So Rhonda, do you have any specific questions for EDS that could kind of help us, do that? What is the information that, that you're seeking right now? So we can address it, because if you want to address, we should address it.
No, I'm saying I'm looking at 2 pages plus of questions that were asked that are going in order, and we're kind of skipping all over the place, which is fine. But for me personally, I'm a very A, B, C, D, E person. So to be skipping all over and the conversations seem to be going all over, I'm trying to keep up with what everybody's saying, but I just feel like putting the information together all at once and evaluating it as a whole and then making recommendations just seems so much better. EDS's time is very valuable. And are we even going to get through what we need to get through at the rate we're going? I feel like we should have asked the questions, got the answers, and then went into the further discussions.
Well,
It's
my
not just a matter of one thing.
my understanding is that since Election Data Services was the only vendor here at this particular point in time, the only questions that we were really working on are the ones that start under the headline regarding mapping. And we've basically gone through a couple of those at this particular time. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I have to disagree because there are process questions that relate to EDS too that I think we should discuss. And that was my understanding that we would be discussing those also, which kind of go hand in hand with the mapping. So that's what I'm saying. We have regarding process of how we work with the EDS, and then that evolves into the mapping. Okay, we know how we're going to work hand in hand with them. Now let's go into the mapping aspect of it. That's what I'm saying. To collaborate all of that information together, I think is a better way to make decisions, well-informed decisions. But that's just my opinion. But you guys know me. If I think it, I'm going to say it.
You and me both. All right. I mean, there's definitely some merit to what you're saying, Commissioner Lang, for sure. So I know Mr. Morgan wanted to do a quick weigh-in, and then I think at that point we'll take a vote on the motion of the floor, and then we can just continue on at this particular point. And then Commissioner Lang, if you had any particular question that you want to ask at that point, please feel free to do so.
I just wanted to get the concept across. If you do pick regions, I just want to go back to when I showed Washtenaw County. I showed the fact that there were about 4 House districts there, and I just showed the population. There may be an opportunity to either do a practice round of redistricting, like a training session, where you would pick a county or a place with just a little bit of data so you can get used to seeing what you're going to do. I just think that may be a good approach. So, whether it's actual full redistricting for an actual region or just a practice round, that may benefit you. So you can get some idea of how to do this rather than, just jump right into something that's very complicated. Maybe we could start with something that's simple, relatively speaking, or we think is simple, and let you work on that, and then you can come up with some ideas or concepts based on that.
Director Hamsmith.
Just really quickly, Julianne and I have been discussing on July 8th, besides the mapping training that we're going to ask Fred to do, to actually do something like that. So John, I would look to you possibly to maybe pick a region for us that we could use. And I just got a yes from one of the other commissioners who's watching, just for the record.
Okay, so the motion on the table is, as far as I can remember, is making a recommendation to the full commission to start working in regions and starting the work in the map for the Senate.
Mr.
General
Chair, would
Counsel,
you
is
like
that-
me to like me to
Please.
restate the motion? Thank you. So the recommendation to the commission is that the full commission take a regional approach and work towards that objective, starting with the Senate.
Okay. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye, same way. All opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay.
Hey,
Vote 3-1, motion carries for the recommendation. All right, Commissioner Lang, is there any particular question that you would like to ask at this particular time on our list in regards to process? I feel like.
I am going to ask a question on process. Thank you.
Please do.
One of the ones that stuck out to me on our process list was number 9. Everybody got a copy of it. And it's saying, understanding that the executive director is the EDS contract program manager, staff contact with the consultant. Should all questions and requests from commissioners go through the executive director? My question for EDS, and it's kind of a 2-part. I know we've got very inquisitive commissioners. I know I myself am, and sometimes when I ask questions, it brings up repeat questions. Our legal counsel can attest to that. So my question is twofold. From your your aspect of things, would it be more efficient to go through our executive director, for one? And then the second, I'll give you both parts of my questions just to kind of keep it rolling. And my second part, because I'm always talking about our budget. So if a commissioner had a question and say they contacted a member of the staff directly, how is that billed? Because I want to make sure that we're being, if going through our executive director is more efficient for us and more cost efficient for us, obviously that's what I want to do. But I want to know kind of what the process is for that and what you charge. I don't know how else to put it, what you charge, and is it better to go through one person for all of the questions, or with there being 13 commissioners, do 13 commissioners have access? And obviously this is outside of our regular meetings that you would be at.
Good question, Commissioner. Let me say from our side, my first gut reaction is that this is ultimately your choice. That from our side and our standpoint, we're willing to work any which way that you want to. So we keep track of our time. We do that so that we see where we are within the budget. So we're, right now I've told all the staff that's on this call, this is in essence billable time, or recordable time on that side, so that we make sure that people are covered for spending the time. But it's really your guys' call and how you want to work. We can work by having a bunch of different people. We think we can cover any kind of timetable you might have, any kind of process that you might have. Sometimes it helps to have Sue intermediary, but other times you may have a more precise question that you want to ask of me or John or whomever. We can accommodate both of those in that regard. So I don't want to restrict you by any which way, and we're trying to be as freewheeling as we can to answer your particular needs. It may very well be that at one point in time you're playing with the software and you've got a question. Give me a call. I don't care what time it is. I may say that I'm on another conference call right now, like I just told somebody else that called me. But we will be able to get back to you momentarily on that regard.
That's my understanding too. Like, I see both, Commissioner Lang. I see both things. Like, if we have, let's say we're doing work in one particular day and we come up with X amount of questions, it would be more efficient to have one particular person submit all those questions for a response within a allotted time frame, for example. But let's say I have a question that I could just be like, all right, in your expertise, yes or no, would you do X and Y? Getting that particular answer from someone directly from Election Data Services may be more efficient at that particular point. But the more complicated questions should as far as I'm concerned, it should be submitted by one particular person, compiled in a list for answering. I don't know if that's what you were trying to get at or not, but like I guess it all depends. Like the harder questions at one point, send everything over by one particular person. If it's a quick yes or no, just send them a chat message and say, can you answer this real fast for my own personal gain? And then I can share that with the rest of the group. Go ahead, Commissioner Lang. And then after that, Director Hammersmith, it'll be you.
Okay, so Mr. Brace, if we hypothetically, like Dustin just said, shot you a text, we are billed for that text, correct?
If it takes 2 seconds to answer, I'm probably not logging that in on that regard.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then to members of the subcommittee, my thought on that also is if we have questions for them that we don't send through Sue, also, we need a system set up so Sue can adjust our budget also if we are being billed for additional questions. That's why I asked this question, because there's a process in a system in itself. Because we have our budget, which she's responsible for the tracking and paying of things also. So that's where I'm kind of going with the whole question too. What's the best process for us? And whatever we decide, there's probably going to be an additional process that we're going to need to do.
Yeah, and then we also probably don't want the same question being asked by 19 different people, 13 different people in a slightly different way.
I mean, that was my thought. If you have a question, probably other commissioners have the same question. So if, 6 of 13 commissioners are asking the same question, that's not an efficient way to do business. And if all the questions have a shared information base, then everybody knows the answers to those. Also, I am expected to manage this contract. Kim is going to send me bills and he's going to log all the time that he spent, and it will be my responsibility for managing the contract, holding his feet to the fire with the things he said he was going to do, and paying him for all the hours that he and his team are giving to us. If you have a software issue, there's a software support line, and I certainly would not expect you to get me in the middle of that. But I think for questions and for billable hours, it's more important to go through one point to make the process the most efficient.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Per Commissioner Lang's question regarding hourly rates, that information was disclosed in our finalized contract with EDS, and I do have that table pulled up if you'd like me to screen share to show you.
I have that one in front of me, Sarah.
Oh, excellent.
I don't know if the other commissioners need it or not.
I have it somewhere on my computer. But again, like if I, for example, like if I have a quick yes or no, like say, for example, is this possible? Yes or no, send text to Mr. Brace or Mr. Morgan or Mr. Gall or so on and so forth. And it's a quick yes or no answer. I'm pretty sure I would just get a quick response and I can be like, yeah, that's possible. And then we can continue working at that particular point. I would say if it takes any more than, a minute or two for a response, at that point, it may be a more complicated question that should be written down and submitted at the end of the day's business to Election Data Services for a proper response. And that's just my opinion. I mean, if let's say if Mr. Brace and me were switched at this particular point and someone said a quick yes or no question, I'd say yes and then call or no and say, okay, that was, your freebie for the day, for example. And then, but again, that's just me. So, but I do definitely agree that if we have a giant list of questions, it should go through one particular individual just for efficiency purposes. Ms. Pestula.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate the generosity of spirit in which Kim and his team are relaying the answer. I would recommend that my clients understand that communications with our consultants will result in billing between $75 an hour and $350 an hour. And as they share our passion for redistricting, it is going to be highly unlikely you're going to send them a yes or no question. So I just wanted to, well, and with all due respect to, again, with Kim, and I know he's very generous with his time, his answers, and his expertise, and we certainly appreciate it. From a practical standpoint, the assumption should be that it will be being billed. And again, the example given, there is a separate software support line that was included as part of the contract. So hopefully that added something to the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, anything else in relation to this particular question? All right. Next question, anybody? Commissioner
Well,
Lang?
we have that list of questions. Do we just want to go?
Yeah, but, I mean, go ahead, whomever wants to ask it. I'm just facilitating at this particular point. Commissioner Lang?
Anthony, were you recommending that we just go down the list, or I was just getting ready to ask another one on there because they're there?
Yeah, that perfect. You go ahead, Rhonda.
Okay.
All you.
Okay, so gentlemen from EDS, since you have such experience in the redistricting process, and since we do not, in your experience of doing redistricting, what should we anticipate as far as like a timeline? I know it's going to depend on how quickly we agree and things, but kind of looking towards the future for our meetings that we need to have to actually do the mapping. If you were to give us approximate hours based on we're going to give you a real big handicap because, you know, you don't have history with doing redistricting, what would we be looking at as far as time frame to expect for us to get 161 districts strong?
Okay, that's a good question. From an experience standpoint, part of it depends on how many people you have in the room at any point in time. The more people that are in the room, in all likelihood, they're arguing over this point or that street or this neighborhood or whatever. So getting throughput is more efficient with the less number of people that you have in the room. That's just a general rule from a redistricting standpoint. Working with the commission, I think you guys work well together. So I don't see that really as an impediment. I've had many more impediments with incumbent legislators and that sort of thing in the room at any point in time, and really fighting for that one last census block because somebody lives there or that sort of thing. That's not the case in your guys' instance. It will partly depend on where we're drawing. Rural areas are going to be probably easier to draw than urban areas. It will depend upon the racial block voting and the racial configurations that are there. Having Lisa involved in some of those discussions, that will make the Detroit metro area a little bit more complicated to do because we've got to take into considerations a bunch of different things than just making districts that are the same number of people. So all of those things kind of multiply together and form some of the timetable standpoints. But I do think that, with the software, you can work relatively quickly. But you're going to find that you've got different ideas and different concepts. So by all means, don't think, like what John said, don't think that you've got to get all the districts down to X percentage points today, for example. Play around with stuff. Look at different options, different possibilities. Look for a larger global basis to think in terms of that, without getting it all drawn down to within the 10% range, for example. It may be that you want to look at different parts and areas or whatever the case may be. But I would be flexible because it will change as you go through the process. And as you start drawing, as John said, you'll get better as you go along. So it'll be a little bit slower at the beginning, but that's understandable. That's the way the process ends up working. But we're here to help you and guide you as much as we can, but you're gonna make the decisions in that regard. Commissioner Lang?
Can I follow up a little bit on that?
Sure.
The point that you made at the beginning about depending on how many people have been there. There's been different recommendations about having the public interact and actually, as we're drawing the maps, actively contributing to it as we're drawing the maps. So can you tell me, is this a pro or is this a con? Obviously, part of that I can see as a con because the time stamp that you said, if we get 100 people that all want to say, no, move this line, it could hinder the work of the commission. But I would like your opinion on that aspect, because I know in other readings that I did, it's been recommended before. So I want to kind of know your point of view as the map maker or drawer.
It is a valid point. I tend to look at the public has a right to voice an opinion on what was being created, not necessarily to say, well, you have to draw along Elm Avenue. There's no way if and buts about it. This is our neighborhood. That's going to end up slowing down the process. What you need to have is the latitude to make more global decisions, and then throw it out to the public to say, okay, what do you think? And we may get back, well, you didn't go down Elm Avenue, that was violation of my neighborhood. Okay, that's something that then you can take into account, and we can maybe tweak the lines here or there, that sort of thing. But certainly from the standpoint is, having 13 people in the room is manageable, can be done. Having 113 people in the room creates chaos, I think, is what my reaction would be on that side.
Commissioner Clark?
Yes, relative to that last point, I think that's the intent of the last 8 public hearings, is that we're going to bring the maps that we put together and let the public comment on those. And from there, we can make adjustments.
Right.
So I think that's how our whole process is set up today. I yield back.
And you do, while we're not having 100 people making statements all within the room, they are looking out there. They're have their computers on or whatever the case may be, because we're doing it in an open process. So they can say, well, at 12:35, you said this, and it should have been down Elm Avenue or whatever. That's fine. But I think from the standpoint of moving things forward, let's work from the 13 members team working with us to try to get something crafted preliminarily, not set in stone, not, this is our plan today, because it will change tomorrow.
Commissioner Ede?
So I guess what I'm hearing is that you're recommending we be a little bit more fluid than what I may have been expecting coming into this.
I think our experience is that it always is fluid. It many times it's the last vote that ends up deciding, do we use Elm Avenue or not? But you need to hear the various comments. And don't just like when you're painting a floor, you want to paint so that you have an exit. Because if you're painting into a corner, you're going to be sitting there for a long time until that paint dries.
Mr. Stigall, do you have something to add? Probably not. Okay, so anyone else have any other questions here on this particular list at this point? With only EDS here. Okay, next, go ahead. Commissioner Lane.
I expected you other commissioners to ask some of these questions too. I don't want to seem like a question order here. I want to ask one about process again too. We got Dr. Is it Hadley?
Hanley.
Hanley.
Right.
And we have Bruce Adelson. So at what point in the process of drawing the maps do our VRA council get involved? And I would assume Dr. Hanley would be right away because she's doing the block aspect of it. But at what point do we incorporate the VRA? I mean, should that be right from the get-go too?
Well, the Dr. Hanley's role is throughout the whole process, but it is dictated by having the data. And unfortunately, we're at a stage right now where we don't have the data. We've been talking with the other people within the state in terms of getting the election results, which is what Lisa needs on that side. We also don't have the racial data to do the other part of that scatter plot that she was showing to you yesterday. So what we're trying to do with her is look towards the 2012, 2014 elections and let her analyze that, because in all likelihood, that's more analyzed with 2010 census data. And getting the first part of the decade looked at, letting her analyze, because it's off of old data. Then when PL data comes out on August 16th, starting to look at and feeding to her the data so that the 2014 and 2016 or the 2016 and 2018 and 2020 elections can be analyzed with the 2020 census. So it means that she's kind of working on a flow basis as we get along. Now she's going to end up saying, okay, based upon this set of elections in these years, I think you've got a problem on racial block voting over in this part of the state. And as a result, my recommendation is that you need to think in terms of drawing a minority seat with at least 59% of the vote, or of the voting age population in that minority group over in this part of the state. So that's a guidance to you in how you want to potentially craft a district over there in that instance. It's not a firm number necessarily, but it's a guidance to say, hey, you don't want to get caught in having the plan challenged because they told you that it would elect a minority candidate of choice, but it needs at least 53% of the vote, and you're drawing them at 48%. Well, you've been told by the expert that in order to do this part of the state, it needs 53%. Now, it may be that as we draw, we can't draw 53%. And so that's something that we interchange back and forth between everybody so that you've got a record that says, yeah, the recommendation is that we need X% because turnout and registration is low or whatever, but it's not possible to draw that. Now, what do you do then? Well, do you draw it as high as you could? Or do you ignore the area that, there's perils legally, as Julianne would tell you, which she's already raised her hand on. There's a things that you need to be careful of on that side. So, but I will let her remind you of those facts. Julianne?
Ms. Best, Julie, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Commissioner Lang, Mr. Adelson has already been working on the commission's work. He's already met with Dr. Handley, and as the Voting Rights Act legal counsel, will be conducting the legal analysis and providing that legal analysis on those. Again, I think Kim's giving maybe some examples of things that could happen, but your general counsel and your VRA legal counsel are in lockstep on providing the commission the necessary analysis based off of Dr. Handley's RBV analysis. So again, it's a two-part answer. Mr. Adelson is already working for the commission in his role, doing actively working in his role, as I know Dr. Handley is as well. And we had a very productive data meeting the other day about getting your consultants the data that's necessary. So things are moving forward on that end. But again, it's impossible to speculate what those analysis would look like at this time without the relevant underlying data. And we wouldn't make any legal recommendations absent the underlying data. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Lang?
Thank you for that, Julianne. I guess kind of what I was asking, not saying that he's not working already, but obviously when we draw lines, that's when we really need the analysis too for the lines that we draw. So I guess I was just curious, does that analysis come in with each section of lines we draw? Is this analysis, which, you know what? Disregard. I will ask him next week.
That was going to be my
yield
suggestion. That was going to be my suggestion, Commissioner Lang, because he and I have had extensive discussions about that. And I think you'll be very encouraged and impressed with his responses as well.
But I do think, and just letting me add one piece to that, we are setting up the spreadsheet so that as you draw, you will have those important election results. So like what Lisa talked about yesterday, of being able to see with these significant elections where we know there was a minority candidate, we know from our racial bloc voting analysis, it's a concern. Having those results on the screen as you're drawing will help you in terms of determining, well, if I draw it this way, is it going to be more effective? Or if I draw it that way, is it going to be more effective? Because you're going to see those particular election results fluctuating with each drawing effort that you do.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I have some comments, but not on this subject. So whenever we're finished with this subject, I got another subject I want to bring up.
Go ahead.
You want me to proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, fine. I want to talk about documentation. I mean, it's been suggested to us to document everything. Throughout the process, what do you document and what do you suggest that we document as we move through it? And how do we do that?
Okay.
I have a follow-up question to that, actually, because he made a good point. And this may be just a quick yes or no. Every iteration of maps that we draw on is archived, I would imagine, on your side. I'm going off of memory from when we had, you present your software months ago, but.
Right. And Fred would tell you that every move is recorded in the system.
Is the
So,
reason for that move recorded as well?
no.
I mean, I think if you got a legal situation, that would be the important point.
Right. So it's there, each little move. Now we can always, go back to that particular thing. If you say, well, we made this decision yesterday afternoon at 3:00, let's bring up that save point. We can do that, and then we can move on from there, for example, as Fred would say, or we can record and document and know that at this point in time, this fact was determined. And so therefore we'll end up recording that a little bit differently. The save aspect will still be there, but it lets us then, if you want to say, well, at 3:22, we made this decision that this township gets split apart. We can show what it was before it was split, what it was after, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, but not the reason why. Which I think I want to ask Julianne. I mean, do we need that type of level of detail on documentation or not? We may not have Julianne at the moment. From your experience, Kim, when they get into the lawsuits, do they need that level of documentation?
Usually not to that degree of level of documentation. It does become an impediment in many instances. It can be utilized to challenge the plan, but it could also be used to help defend the plan. It really depends on, what is being done. I mean, if somebody comes in and says, draw me a district that makes sure that minorities are not going to be able to reflect their candidates of choice. I mean, we could draw that district, but that's ultimately somewhere along the line is going to come out with a headline or whatever the case may be, that somebody tried to do this or that kind of thing.
So your recommendation, other than what Lisa does and Bruce does, is that what we do with your system self-documents and we don't need to do anything further?
I think the issue is, and Sue can speak on this one, but how you want to ultimately kind of, that this is the process we went through, or this is, today we moved and decided X decision point. That really your call on how you want to document that.
Yeah, see, we have to build that into our process on how we're going to do it and where the repository is going to be and all that, if we take that approach.
Right, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, okay. I'll yield to Sue.
Yeah, my thought is on this is they have the documentation for the what's being done and how it's being done. What we need to document is the why we made that change. We made that change to comply with, this law, or we made that change because based on our public comment, this is what we heard from people. So I think we have to make sure that we have in our process some way to document that.
I would want Julianne's opinion on whether that's going to be a hindrance or not if we go to court. But not only the why, Sue, but the when. We have to date stamp these decisions.
I'll share my thought and question, and after General Counsel Julie goes ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My observation and the information I wanted to relay is the two sections of the Constitution, because I'm just going to keep going back to the Constitution, you guys. So subsection 9, it's publishing the proposed plans and any data and supporting materials used to develop the plans. That's for the public to give the feedback and the eight additional public hearings. And then after the plan is adopted, it's not only the data and supporting materials, but it's the programmatic materials used to test the plans. So again, the commission is going to be required under the Constitution to provide, even with its proposed plans, all the data and supporting materials that can demonstrate how this plan comports with the constitutional criteria. It's set forth in ranked order in subsection 13. So I think the documentation issue is a critical one, and it will again either help us or hurt us in our subsequent litigation. But I am confident that none of my commissioners are going to ask you to draw or suggest that a non-compliant district be drawn. So we can definitely jump over that hurdle before we put pen to paper. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would agree with you, yes.
Yeah, one other comment then. I think as we get into putting our process together, Dustin, that we need to incorporate that within it, identify how we're going to document it, and identify where the repository for that documentation is going to be. So I think that should be part of it. I'm not putting that forward as a motion, but just as something we need to keep in mind as we move forward.
Well, here's my thought. So let's say, are you suggesting that we document every single move in the software, for example? Because
they build on each other.
Well, I know that, but like, are you, or just major decisions? So for example, let's say I'm in the software, right? And I'm looking at the maps. I'm like, what does it look like if I add this particular voting block here? And then I'm going back and forth between the two to get different data sets. Do I need to log every single one of those moves just because I'm looking at how it would affect something? Or is it, okay, that looks good. I did my little analysis that I want to do. Do I want to just put the last thing that I did and compare it to the original in the documentation piece? Or do I need to do every single one of those clicks? Because I feel like if that's the case, then that would be incredibly inefficient.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it would probably be too. I think your suggestion, and maybe when we do a recommendation to the commission, that's how we're going to do it. Yeah, then we got to determine who's going to do it too. Yeah, but we'll get to that once we start putting the process together. But we need to consider those items so that we cover ourselves. Wouldn't you agree, Kim?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I just wanted to bring that point up. So.
Sue has her hand
Yes,
raised.
Sue, yep. Director Hammersmith. Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, I have a few other questions. I don't know if Doug had anything more to add, but if not.
No, I didn't have anything else to add.
I did have sorry, Commissioner Eid, logistical question. Per the agenda, I had it going until 12:10. How long are we here for today, out of curiosity?
We're here at your pleasure on that side, but I know Sue was, I think, hoping to get out of here by 12:30, 12:45 kind of a thing. So,
well, it was mostly in regards to the state Department of the state's resources. Ms. Reinhardt.
Sure, thank you. The meeting today is noticed until 2 p.m. And all of our translators and support staff supporting this meeting virtually are also available until 2 p.m. So,
okay, excellent. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Director Hammersmith. We may have lost her, or her hand might be stuck in limbo.
Okay, well,
I apologize. I forgot to lower it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. No problem. All right, Commissioner E, go ahead.
I was going to ask two things. One of them I think are pretty easy to address. The other one, not so easy and might be more appropriate for Monday when we have the full team. But the first was about, we've heard quite a bit from a few different communities to look at school districts as a community of interest. So I was wondering, as far as the overlays on the software goes, is that something that, we can do?
I know that in talking with Moon earlier in the week, she showed how she has brought in school districts as a layer. We can get that layer also. The thing that you need to be cognizant on school districts is if you like straight lines, that's not school districts. It is notorious that school districts are built on the basis of the loudest voice. I don't want my kids going to this school. I want them to go to that school. And so you end up seeing little cutouts along the street kind of a thing. That may not be the case totally in terms of Michigan, but that's been always my experience in looking at school districts. And looking at just the overlay that Moon put up that she had, you could see that kind of impact. It may be at a larger level that people are talking about in terms of school districts. Okay, but getting an overlay and having that, yes, that's doable. But be just cognizant of, don't expect to use that as a cookie cutter and take all the blocks underneath it, because then you're creating all sorts of funny looking districts.
But in a more general sense, we could see where,
right.
Yes,
You
go to
could.
school in the area.
Right. Yep.
Also,
Now sometimes, it depends on the state. Sometimes school districts are a larger entity that governs both secondary and elementary and all that sort of stuff, while in other states, there are school districts that are just for elementary schools or just for high schools or that sort of thing. So it partly depends on what there is. I think what Moon had pulled in were school districts that were in the Census Bureau's Tiger file. Those are a set point in time. And so right now, we probably do have some degree of that even in the 2020 Tiger, but I don't know how good those are.
and then another, I would imagine that school districts also cross county lines. So all the individuals that are saying keep counties whole, if we were to just go off of school districts, then that's no longer going to be something that we can do.
That's right. What you're seeing is firsthand what you will continually see. There is conflicts with each little layer that you're going to deal with, and where you want to follow a county boundary here, you want to follow a school district there, it's going to vary. It's the goal of the GIS software is that you can see all those things and make your determination on what do you want to follow along 8-mile run or whatever the case may be.
To follow up on what Kim's saying, though, let's say you do have a school district that breaks the county line and you are going to have to take a township from the neighboring county. Perhaps that would inform your decision. You could say, well, the school district already crosses the county line and we recognize that as a community of interest. So let's take this township into this. Otherwise, it's like a whole county and we need one more township for population. Let's take that one instead of another one. So it can inform your decision.
Right.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a useful, just another useful data point to make decisions on, in the future. Not necessarily that we'll use them or not, but it's good that the option is there.
Right.
My second question, that might be better for when the whole group is available. Probably we've heard some pretty consistent things, throughout this whole process on the public hearing tour, fresh maps, keep counties whole, try to keep things as compact as possible while, following the constitutional amendments. But probably the fourth biggest thing that we've heard after that is this whole prison gerrymandering thing that we have in Michigan. I know that's more of a federal thing, but what are the capabilities on that front? Is it possible to do something about it? Because it is pretty unfair that some counties get 50,000 extra people just because they're in prison there. So is there a way to, I don't know, figure out where those people lived before and put them there as far as population?
Valid question, but it's probably being asked a year and a half too late. In order to do that and implement this sort of thing, you end up needing to work with the corrections facilities to get that list and to make sure that it's good. The addresses that they have are good. And I've worked in a bunch of different states where sometimes it's not good. It may be, well, my house is in Detroit. Well, that doesn't help me put you back someplace. Yeah, maybe in Detroit, but where in Detroit? Because it's going to determine the state house district or the state senate, all of that kind of thing. It really depends on what the data points are and what's available. But you got to have that list of the inmates to correspond closely to the census day. And, that was a year ago on that side. So, yeah, it's a good and worthwhile cause, but it's something that really needs to be planned out well in ahead of the process. They implemented in Illinois to implement the prison gerrymandering concept, but the implementation date isn't until the year ending in 5. It's not now, but it's so that they can get ready for the 2030 of getting the people working on the right set of data.
General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And yes, Mr. Brace and I have had discussions on this topic in the past. I have a memo owing to the commission on the prison gerrymandering issue. There's some state legislation pending. It'll be a comprehensive memo addressing other issues than the census day redistribution that I think Kim just summarized very accurately. One of the commission's challenges is that when that decision needs to be made, this commission under the Michigan Constitution has not been formed yet. So again, the state legislation would take care of that. That's pending. And I look forward to submitting that memo to the commission on the fullness of this topic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome.
Thanks, Julianne. I look forward to reading that memo. That'd be great.
Commissioner Clark.
I changed to a different subject, Dustin. Are we done with this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
this is all informal anyway at this particular point, since there's no
All right.
motion. So
one of the items that Kim discussed, and I believe his first meeting with us was JERGs. And I still don't fully understand the significance of it, but my thoughts relative to it was that the commission does not deal with JERGs at all, but we have EDS utilize them and give us recommendations based on what they see from those JERGs. So that's kind of my thoughts toward those. Because I know this will come up when we get into the full commission, how these are being applied. But I don't think we have enough knowledge individually to be able to apply those. And then we should rely on the recommendations from the vendor. So I'd like to get some comments on that.
Good question, Commissioner. As I think I stated when I first introduced the JERG concept, they are very tentative. They're subject to how you want them ultimately drawn. Usually they're drawn starting off with county level because that gives you a larger data set you can deal with. And so regions of the state can be done with counties. For example, in Illinois, one JERG is Chicago City. Another JERG is suburban Cook County. Another JERG is the inner suburbs. Another JERG is the outer suburbs. And then in Illinois, there's the downstate that is divided between northern downstate and southern downstate. That's kind of how they think about the regions of the state in Illinois. How you think in terms of Michigan, that's what I'd like to be able to capture. JERGs was a first attempt. We've already talked this morning about, thinking in terms of drawing in regions. Those are JERGs from my standpoint.
Okay.
So how you want to design those regions, hey, you're the expert on your state. Mine were just a first cut on some information I know about the state, but you're the expert. So, give us your ideas in terms of that and we can work with that.
I'll give you my thoughts. If we're going to do things regionally, then I think we need them. Because it'll also define how we're going to do things regionally, and then give us some data to compare at that point.
Right.
So I think that's good.
But keep in mind, don't use them as absolute barriers.
Correct.
You're going to have districts that are going to cross a region. Yeah, that's possible, but
yeah, they're conceptual regions that we use.
That's right.
So I think Dustin, as a subcommittee, we need to provide a recommendation to what those regions should be. But I also feel that we need to heavily rely on EDS to give us guidance on the data and how the data is to be used as we move forward. That's kind of my thoughts on that whole thing. Now I see a little value in it, since we're going to do things regionally. Because we can say, okay, we're going to start with JERG A, and then the next meeting or halfway through that meeting, JERG F.
Right.
However many we have, yeah.
Yep. That's what they're designed to kind of guide a little bit on that side.
Okay. Yeah, then I see more of a value. How many JERGs do you think are appropriate?
It really depends on the state.
You want to make it manageable.
Right. I mean, the original concept behind them is that you divide the state into 4 pieces. Each state originally was divided into 4 pieces. Now, I think there's more than that in Michigan. Originally the JERG for Illinois was 4 pieces, but then we kind of looked more closely in terms of inner suburb, outer suburb, that sort of stuff. And so they've grown a little bit in their usefulness. But when if I was doing Nevada, Clark County is one JERG and the rest of the state is the other JERG,
Yeah, there's nothing in the rest of the state.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So anyways, that's what I would recommend, Dustin, that maybe I don't know how the others on the subcommittee feel, but that we utilize it in that manner, and then we do the definition of the regions and recommend those to the commission.
Are you putting forth a motion?
Julianne, you had a comment?
I did, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, really briefly, just
Sure.
with the constitutional prohibition on drawing until after July 1st, which is your last scheduled first round of public hearing, I would suggest framing it as a motion to to establish the JERGs in the future at that the commission would be doing that in the wording of the motion would be my suggestion.
Oh, that the commission would be doing it?
Well, that the commission would make the determination on the JERGs, what they, maybe if EDS had options or things like that, that would be, that the motion would be to consider JERGs in their future work.
Yeah, I think Julianne and I have talked about this
Mhm.
many a times, because
Okay.
my initial thought was, well, I could sit down with Doug and we can draw Jerg's given his input and that sort of thing. And she was saying, no, we got July 1. Don't give them that idea yet. So
Well, July 1 and in the full commission, again,
Yeah.
all of the commission, this drawing work, so
what you're
that would be
saying-
my suggestion.
So what you're suggesting is that we don't define the JERGs and recommend them to the committee, to the commission, but rather have the commission decide what that regional breakup will be.
Correct. I think an appropriate recommendation would be that the commission work with JERGs as to be determined during that process.
Okay.
And I think I see Sue also wants to
Yep.
weigh in as well, Dustin, not to
She's
jump
next.
ahead of you.
Yeah, okay, good.
Director Hammersmith.
I'm just saying, I think we've kind of already covered this because we had a recommendation to work by regions. So we can start with that. And then after we get to July 1st, we can help define those regions. And if we choose to use JERGs as the regions, then, I think it's interchangeable.
Well, I mean, conceptually, the JERGs are an EDS creation, correct? So I mean, they can be changed on a whim. The way I'm seeing it, it's just like an analytical tool to break down the state into a different, easier manageable section, but
Right.
not necessarily bound by what the regions for a district would potentially be.
correct. Yep.
So help me with this, Dustin or Anthony or Rhonda. How should we phrase this going back to the commission? That we recommend we use JERGs, and we also recommend that it becomes regions that we do our work from?
I would say we should recommend that we utilize JERGs as a tool, but the actual definitions of the JERGs in the state are to be determined on a later date, just to make the
Okay.
state be in a more manageable chunk, I suppose.
That sounds reasonable to me. As a motion?
Will someone make the motion? I don't think I can.
Oh, you can't. I'll make the motion then.
I don't know if it's really needed that we make a motion on this. I mean, they're arbitrary, and like Sue just said,
Yeah.
we already agreed to work with regions. So, I mean, we're just calling we're just gonna call these regions JERGs and just go from there. I don't know if we necessarily need to codify that.
Well, I feel like regions are a much larger concept than these JERGs would be. I mean, unless you do, cut the state in four, but I mean, it's a good way to get an idea of, like, the UP, Lake Michigan side, Lake Huron side, metropolitan Detroit, other cities. I mean, it's just a way that we can potentially break down the state into a more manageable item. Now, yes, we're recommending that we work in regions of the state, but it's a good way to break down the state into more a manageable chunk. Because I mean, you could have more. I guess my definition of region and JERG is different, but the way I see it is you can have multiple JERGs in one particular region. I suppose a region is like the Northwest or the Southeast, but you can have different areas. Let's say like the greater downriver area, for example, could be part of Southeast Michigan, so on and so forth.
I I guess if I could add a comment, don't get hung up on the word jerks. To me, jergs and regions are basically the same thing. So don't think that they're distinctive and different. I look at it as just a word to use to help define regions in that regard.
So going back to our previous motion where we had said we were going to work with regions, maybe that should be modified to say that the regions will be defined by the commission. I don't know. Or do we not even need that?
General Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, that would not be necessary. The regions would be determined in consultation with your consultants, but that final decision would be a commission decision. And if we're, I think the vote with the regions kind of accomplishes what the commission was seeking to accomplish with a correlating jerk. So I think it would be appropriate to move on. That the decision has already been made to use regions. The full commission, the recommendation is the full commission to use regions, and those would be set by the commission.
Okay, sounds good. I don't think there's a need for motion.
All right. Commissioner Lang.
Moving on, we were done with that one, correct?
Yep, seems
Okay.
like it.
I'm going to combine two questions, and I think I would like a perspective from everybody from EDS that joined us, because I think that's probably the best way. Everybody has their own opinions and experiences, so let's hear them. There's been discussion on our committee about how we make our decisions during the map drawing process, on whether we come to a consensus on whether we vote, how we have to vote at the very end, where it's so many from each affiliation. My question, the kind of two-part question is, you've worked on other commissions, you've drawn maps for many years. Do you see either of those being a pro or a con? And can you give us recommendations on how we could work through this process to be the most efficient and the most effective? And if you need clarification, let me know, because these were other questions that commissioners had. So I'm just trying to word them how I think they mean them.
Yes, could I get a clarification? You said either or as a two-part. What's your definition of the two parts?
Well, the two-part is, do you see us doing consensus or us voting for the steps in the map process as being a pro or a con? And then the second part would be, do you have recommendations that you could give us as a committee on how we can make this process the most effective and efficient for us?
Just while you think of that answer, I got a couple of messages saying that a couple people need a quick break. So do you mind if we take about 5 minutes or so, and then construct your answer to Commissioner Lang's questions, and then we can reconvene here in 5 minutes? Can I get a motion to stand in recess for 5 minutes? All right.
I have a motion to take a break, 5 minutes.
I'll
For a second.
second it.
All right, all in favor, please raise your right hand and say yay.
Yay.
All right, all opposed, same sign. All right, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes. All right, I think we are all back. As chair of the subcommittee for redistricting processes with election data services, I call this back to order. Secretary of State staff, please call the roll.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name and indicate where you are attending the meeting remotely from by stating the county, city, township, or village from which you are attending the meeting. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present, and I'm attending the meeting remotely from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
I'm present, remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Rhonda Lang.
Present and attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Dustin Witches.
I'm present and I'm attending remotely from Warren, Michigan.
Thank you. All commissioners are present.
All right, Mr. Brace, feel free to answer Commissioner Lang's question.
Okay. On my behalf, and I'm sure other members of our team probably can voice their thoughts too. As far as consensus, that's the ultimate goal. I've always said that I know that I've done a good job if everyone is just a little bit mad at me, because there's consensus then. And so that's really the ultimate goal of redistricting, is crafting something that everybody can buy into. They're not totally happy with one little line or that little line there or whatever, but they can start looking at the overall consensus of it. So that is usually the overarching goal in terms of drawing districts. For efficiency wise, I do think that, you know, the regions will help you be efficient. But again, I would echo John's comment that don't get yourself caught by structuring it so that you create something and you can't change it. You'll end up changing things throughout the process. And it's many times useful to create a bunch of different ideas. What I usually do when I'm in a partisan situation, just to give you an example, I create a map that is the most Republican I could draw. And then I create another map that's the most Democratic that I can draw. By doing that, it gives me that parameter. What's those border areas? What's that boundary? Okay, I can create, you know, between 28 and 56 districts that way. So it gives you the capability of looking what could be some extremes that you know you're not going to be able to draw any way but that at the very least. So looking at what might be extreme areas is one mechanism, so that you can see what extent you could create and still create a plan that could be, you know, passed, but only with, you know, 5 votes instead of 8 votes or whatever the case may be. So that's kind of a one mechanism that I've always used to try to see what kind of extremes there might be in the plan from that side. I'm not necessarily suggesting that you do that for the House districts and then the Senate districts and the congressional, but more from a overarching of a way of looking at the state. And that may be, you know, what's the most number of minority seats you can create, or what's something that's, you know, not the most kind of thing. It can be any kind of criteria that you want to utilize, but it does let you get kind of a parameter of what the outer boundaries might be. So other people on our team, John?
But
Sure.
before, Mr. Morgan, before you go ahead, I do need to correct the record. The meeting was called back to order at 12:43 p.m. Mr. Morgan, go ahead.
So getting to the idea of actually drawing, when you're in a room drawing and you're trying to figure out, are you going to do this by consensus or are you going to vote on it? What I would say is I think you want to allow for the creation of multiple options before you truly try to force a decision on them. And in that sense, I have two suggestions. One is, in the same way you could ask someone on the staff to draft a motion for you to make, or you can come up with motions for your committee on the fly. You could have multiple motions that have been drafted, and you're not necessarily voting on them, but you need to draft them so you can actually look at them and consider them. And then the second point is you may want to come up with different levels of concepts. So, for example, right now, there are maps that people have drawn that you've received, at least through the public portal. There's portions of maps, there's communities of interest groupings. You can look at that and say, well, we're going to enter that into the software system and analyze it. In the same way, you could take the portions of the existing plan for the House, the Senate, or Congress and just enter it as it's just another map we've received. We're going to take a look at it and analyze it. Then you may sort of bump something up and say, well, we've looked at these and, based on our discussion, we think this is a concept we want to pursue more. So in the same way you might, let's not say make it a recommendation, but you say, well, I want to explore this more. So you could treat some of those ideas of the group in the same way, rather than force it to a conclusion prematurely. To getting to Commissioner Lang's point, having more discussion and information. So hypothetically, let's say you've got Washtenaw again, and there's about 4 districts there, and as a group you draw 5 plans to draw those 4 districts, rather than say, well, this is the best one and that's the end of it. Let those 5 plans be drawn, and rather than say we're not going to proceed with this, we're going to stop on this plan. Let those 5 be drawn, consider it, and then maybe say, well, between these 5 plans, let's vote on 2 of them to consider later. I mean, that's what I'm saying, a progression to the process as far as the process goes. To Kim's point about, what do you want to do when you get towards the end point? That's a little different. I mean, that's where you are trying to build a consensus. That's where, you may try to address your commissioners directly and say, well, Commissioner, what are your concerns? What do you think would cause you to support this plan? Or if we took, a concept from this plan and combined it with this plan, do you think that would work? So you're trying to build those consensuses with people. I think that's later in the process how you handle some of those things. And ultimately, you may have to vote on things when you can't come to an obvious consensus.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, to build on definitely on what Mr. Morgan is saying, that's also the process that the Constitution contemplates. So under first as to the plans, and then I'll shift over to the voting really briefly and then let the discussion flow. So for subsection 9 is publishing proposed plans. And then you have the 5 hearings to get feedback from the public. So certainly, again, using Mr. Morgan's example of the 4 districts in Washtenaw County, that there would be 5 proposed plans that the public could give the commission the feedback on, and then the commission could decide, again, in that process moving forward, that next step process of how to adjust those proposals based on the feedback from the public. That subsection 14B, the plans that are published there are the plans that are being put forward for a vote, the final vote for the adoption that starts the 45 days. So again, that the plans in subsection 9 contemplate revision, contemplate that back and forth and iterative process between the commissioners and the public. For the voting, there's also 2 relevant sections, unsurprisingly. Subsection 12 sets forth that for hiring and firing staff and consultants, it's 1, 1, and 1 from each of the affiliating selection pools. And subsection 14C is 2, 2, and 2, and that is only for voting on the final adopted maps. Other than those two categories of votes, everything is by simple majority vote of the commission. So I just wanted to highlight that distinction again, and how both the timing and the voting fit together hand in glove due to the responsibilities for the commission on those two very distinct portions of the process and the cycle that you'll be going through. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Can I have a follow-up real quick, Dustin, with Julianne?
You sure can.
Because it's on the same. Julianne, just for clarification then, I am talking in reference to the mapping process, getting to those maps that we're going to submit to the public for their input. The process of getting there is kind of what I'm referring to. So are you saying that on those maps, we've got two options? We've got majority vote or consensus, that we could not change how getting to those maps that are presented to the public are completed? I just want clarification on that.
Right. Well, Commissioner Lang, I would never recommend that the commission restrict its ability to, or the dynamic nature in which it could function. So I don't think you would want to superimpose any higher requirements on those preliminary, and I say preliminary meaning because you'll be creating the proposed maps. So it wouldn't benefit the commission in any manner to further restrict their activities or how they can function at that stage, when the goal is to have multiple proposals. And I believe Mr. Morgan and Mr. Brace both highlighted that during that process. So it wouldn't be necessary to have a majority vote on all of that when you're having a collective discussion, or how does this look, or how does that look, or that iterative process between the commission themselves, right? Because it's not only iterative with the public, but it's also iterative amongst your colleagues. So I would strongly recommend not to restrict the commission in that manner, because I think, again, from a timing perspective, from a work product perspective, you want to have that free dialogue and see what the options look like. And all of this is going to happen in open meetings. So the public will be viewing and have the ability to comment on those discussions as well. Is that responsive, Commissioner Lang?
Kind of, and I'm sorry to beat a dead horse, you guys, because sometimes I have a hard time. It doesn't sink in perfectly sometimes. So one last thing. So when the consensus, then would it be a consensus that's used for the maps that we're going to present to the public, or is that when there's a vote? I'm just trying to make sure that I have this exact in my brain.
And I think that's what you're discussing right now, Commissioner Lang. Again, the distinction I wanted to make is that the 1, 1, and 1 is reserved for, again, retention or dismissal of staff and consultants. And the 2, 2, and 2 is not. And for clarity for the public, the viewing public, it's 2 commissioners from the Democratic affiliating selection pool, 2 of our Republican affiliated commissioners, and 2 of our independent commissioners would be required to adopt the final plans. Again, that's under subsection 14C in the Constitution. Other than those 2 specific distinctions in the Constitution, everything else would be a majority, would require a majority. The formal vote would be just simple majority.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, from a couple questions or comments. Going back to the commission, I think we should make that point understood. I should document it, Sue, and make sure we don't recommend it. I mean, it's just the way it's going to be. I think it's more efficient that way, with simple consensus for these drafts. Now, let me come back to where you said, John. You're recommending that we have multiple drafts for a given area or district or whatever. You use Washtenaw as the example. And so we could have anywhere from 2 to 5 drafts or therefore, and that gets presented to the public. True, that's the concept that you talked about.
I don't know that you necessarily present that to the public, but what I'm trying to say is maybe you have different levels of consideration, or you have different, holding places where you can hold these ideas.
Yeah.
Rather than say, we're never going back to that plan, it's been voted down. That's what I'm saying. So again, with Washtenaw, I'm not saying you have to propose just the Washtenaw piece to the public, but in your own internal deliberations, you can say, well, we've looked at these different plans, and then we're going to put maybe 1 or 2 of these options into a plan that you do share officially with the public. I'm just trying to get the concept that, have a place like a draft resolution or draft motion where you can have that flexibility to change and revisit it without the formality of having decided it.
Okay. So really what you want to get to is providing one map to the public, and then coming back and having some alternatives that we could come back to at some point.
Well, it sounded like the general counsel was saying you either are required to have a certain number of maps, or that it's expected that you'll have a certain number of maps for the public.
Are we required, Julianne, or expected?
So there are no set number
Okay.
of either put in the Constitution. What the point that I was trying to make was that the more proposals the commission puts in front of the public to react to, I believe the members of the public will have specific recommendations and specific reactions to these proposed maps. Again, so far our listening tour is on communities, and people have been sharing their thoughts on gerrymandering. But when the proposed maps, even if they're not, the proposed maps will enable people to give the commission more specific feedback. And so the more options and the more proposals that the public is able to react to, the better sense the commission will get of the sense of what the public's feelings are. And so but to specifically answer your question, no, there are no set number of proposed plans required aside, or final plans aside from the one for each district. But again, timing wise, the commission would be constraining itself if it had to go back through these cycles again to be reacting to the public input. Is that helpful?
Yeah, my feeling is, let's say we put out 2 different plans, and we're going to get 50% of the people say, I like plan A, 50% I like B, or whatever. And then how do you handle it from that point, rather than just putting out one and getting suggestions on how it should be changed? I mean, I know you don't have the answer, Julianne.
But my pause is, what part of the cycle are you in? Are you under subsection 9 with proposed plans, or are we talking about the voting? For proposed plans, there's and I'll defer to the experts on the benefit of having one plan for people to react to, as opposed to, again, creating that, well, here's proposed, C1 for congressional districts, the first iteration, here's C2, here's C3, and the public would have more information and more options to react to, so that any proposed changes could be made to what will become your final proposed maps for adoption, because you lose the ability to make those changes during the second cycle. The 45 days would restart under the language of the statute, under the language of the Constitution, if modifications were attempted to be made at that time. So again, the commission might be restricting itself if it holds itself to just one set of proposals. But again, I defer to EDS for the pros and cons of multiple proposals versus
Yeah.
singular. Thank you.
I guess I would add, it many times is useful to present multiple possibilities where you could have, in this part of the state, we think this may be one way of doing it, or people would say, I like this over here, but I like from Plan B over there. And so you end up starting to, once you kind of have some concepts, again, multiple plans, it's kind of hopefully a pick and choose of different regions of how they're laid out differently in the 4 or 5 options you create or something like that. That I've found has been useful to get people to react to on that side from the public.
Once you start making changes to a given plan, it cascades to other districts and whatever.
You've got to be careful on that. And just like John's example in terms of 4 districts within Washtenaw County, well, that's fine when you've got the blinders on just that county, but it may be that the counties all to the south have to end up, in order to create a district, pick up part of it. And so, you're not getting 4 full seats within there. You need flexible enough that, it's fine for this little region, but maybe other regions are forcing you to go in a different direction.
So okay, thanks. So Dustin, I almost think we need a recommendation coming back to the commission relative to whether we can submit one plan or multiple plans out to the public.
Commissioner Lang?
Thank you. I think we got off topic a little bit. So my question is, are there any other recommendations that you can make to help us make our work efficient and effective? Other than what you've given me, we have regions would help, possible looking at extremes, multiple options, different levels of concept. Are there any other things that we can look at from your experience to make the process effective for us? Mr. Morgan, I see your hand.
Just one quick point on that. You could get to a situation where, let's say you have a good concept you like, and you've drawn 10 districts in an area, but they're not quite in population balance. That like one is 6% over and the others are pretty close. You could direct, one of your consultants to fix that and come back with you with a plan that is within the deviation. So in the sense, that might be something where you have your concept, your direction is clear, and you're asking us to do some mechanical function on it and come back to you with a solution. So you don't have to spend your time in full committee on something that would take us very little time to do, but might take you as a committee longer to process that.
Right. And I would agree with what John just said. The only other thing I would also say is, as you're drawing, it may be that you can, in a given area, satisfy one concern being expressed for one geographic level of districts where you can't do it for the other geographic levels. So you could keep the neighborhood whole here in the House district, but it may be split by the Senate, or other possibilities. Just keep in mind that you've got a 3-level chessboard that you're playing with, and it may be that different components can help satisfy some desires on that side.
Next question, anyone? Or let me rephrase. Any other questions where we don't need our VRA counsel here at this particular point?
So it looks like we've gone over, we've at least discussed everything on the agenda. And we came to 2 decisions. Is there anything else, or do we want to save the rest for when we got the whole group together?
Commissioner Clark, then Commissioner Lang.
I think there's one subject that either Anthony or you brought up before about when we go back to the commission, how those meetings going to be run.
Are you talking about when we're actually drawing the maps and working on the
Correct.
maps?
Correct. Yep, I think we need a recommendation for that. And we need, at least need to discuss it in this subcommittee. I mean, I would see it being run with one person leading it, not necessarily the chair. I don't think it should be opened up. I think it's got to go to Robert's Rules of Order, just because we're required to do that. But anyways, I think we need, if we have time later before we end, let's talk about that a little bit.
Commissioner Lang.
I'm going to ask one more quick question, because then it may be something that the whole commission needs to decide on. We have to use the communities of interest, and I know you've been talking to Dr. Dunchin about how to incorporate the things that have been put on the tool that she has for our communities of interest. My question is, since we're not privy to those conversations, can you tell me if there's been any discussion about the public comment that we've received in person about communities of interest, if there's been any discussion with her on how those will be incorporated, or is that right now something that as a commission we need to figure out how to do?
Ms. Reinhardt.
Oh, yes, sir.
Kim, I didn't know if you wanted to respond to that or if you would like me to go ahead.
No, go ahead, Sarah. Yeah.
Sure. So an excellent question, Commissioner Lang. As you know, the public comment portal was designed to record written public comment and map submissions. The purpose of the public comment as contracted with MGGG and Moon Duchin is not designed to record live public comment. But as you all know, repeatedly during public hearings, the chairperson and members of the commission encourage all individuals who provide live public comment during the hearing to go visit the portal and input their information into the public comment portal. Certainly the commission and your staff are making best efforts to capture those public comments within the public comment portal. One more thing that I might add is that individuals who submit written public comment into the portal regarding their communities of interest, who elect not to draw a map, but rather describe it within the written public comment. I think Moon alluded to this during yesterday's meeting, if I remember correctly, that we also have plans to reach back out to those individuals and encourage them to not only submit their written public comment describing their community of interest in words, but to also utilize the Districtor software to actually draw the public comment so that it is more useful to you all. And one last thing that I'll add is during the public comment or during the public hearings that you all are hosting, some individuals, as they are signing in to provide public comment, optionally provide their email address to us. And we are reaching back out to those individuals to encourage them to also submit public comment and draw their communities of interest. So through those measures, we are hopeful that we'll be able to capture all of the information or most of the information that is provided during these hearings.
Thank you, Sarah. Can I follow up with you real quick on that?
Certainly.
And digital divide. Not everybody has internet to submit those public comments on there. And I imagine probably some of them that even attended the public hearings didn't. So that's why I'm asking, does the commission need to come up with a way to incorporate the public comment that was, I mean, they've done a wonderful job about stressing, using the tool, that for those that can't, or we've even advertised, if you do not have, you can write us or you can call or whatever. Are we going to have a way to incorporate those? Because I read all of the public comment on this tool. And I know not everybody, especially from the very first hearings that gave public testimony, are not on there. So that's why I asked that, because we may have this digital divide. And I'm wondering, is that something then on the part of the state, or is this something as a commission where we need to go back and see those to incorporate it?
That is an excellent question. The first thing I'll say is for every participant who arrives at a public hearing, we provide them with some postcards that you may have seen floating around at some of the hearings that provide information not only about the public comment portal, but additionally provide information about how to submit a hand-drawn map and our PO box for mailing that in case they don't have access to the internet. I know that your staff are making every effort to reach communities where there's like a technological divide to encourage those individuals to submit maps. Currently, those maps are posted, that we receive via mail, are posted at michigan.gov/MICRC and included in PDF format attached to additional public comments that we receive via email or in the mail, or papers that are physically handed to the commission during public comment hearings. So those are always available for your review at that location.
So my question is, how are those getting incorporated?
Great question. So currently there are not any plans for us to upload those into the public comment portal. However, I don't know if your mapping consultant, Kim Brace, has any suggestions for how to incorporate those hand-drawn maps into communities of interest as they're reflected in your mapping process.
Good question, Sarah. The issue always becomes, is this digital divide? And I agree with you. That's the that's the log jam. We've tried to create as much public access with whatever kind of portal is possible, but some people aren't able to accommodate that. And I don't know that there's necessarily an easy answer other than like what you've done already is send us a postcard, or send us a drawing on a map. From my standpoint, I need to see things geographically. I need to understand what you're talking about so that, if need be, I could translate it onto a map, but I need to have as much detail as you can provide so that I can see it on a map. Then it becomes something that can be drawn, a community of interest, or whatever the case may be. But a general statement of keep this part of the state together, that gets a little bit hard to deal with sometimes in terms of a map per se from that side. I've been encouraging Sue and everybody on the commission side, every time I've talked to somebody, is, let's get as much geographically we can define as possible. So don't take general answers, get specifics is what I've always sought.
Did that answer your question, Rhonda?
A little. So for the ones that we are receiving by mail, are you able to incorporate those then? If you have an actual drawn one, you are able to incorporate it within your program?
We could draw it. Again, it depends on how detailed it is, or it may be that it's it's a drawing that just has 2 counties on it or something like that, that's pretty easy from that side. So it really depends on the kind of specificity that they might provide.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ede.
Alternatively, I mean, we could take it and add it to the public comment tool ourselves, and then that way it would be included in, in the APIs that Ms. Dutchin sent over to EDF.
Right. No, that's entirely possible, and that's where we've always envisioned that you guys would have some input also, be it, however you want to graphically depict something, be it a plan or a community of interest or what you've heard, on that side. So I know, Anthony, you tend to be looking at meetings and looking at your computer an awful lot during the meetings, having the tool up as somebody's making a comment and just quickly drawing it, that, hey, that's an idea, once you get comfortable with software or the portal or whatever the case may be. Yeah, if you've got your computer up at a meeting and hear somebody saying something, draw it out.
Let me sort of amplify the point Kim just made about drawing stuff on the fly like that. It's not directly related to Commissioner Lang's question. Yes, we can draw maps, but doing it on the fly like that, I've been fairly successful doing that, because what you're basically doing is you're taking somebody's verbal testimony and you're putting it into the map. And that is possible. It takes a little effort, but it's definitely possible. And as far as taking whatever somebody has done, we can probably click it into a map. Kim pointed out that if there's not specificity, then we have to make some assumptions. You'd have to say, well, they have, 65% of a district that really encapsulates their idea. Here is the additional 35% that could work. In other words, we could take whatever they exactly have and then fill in the rest of the district if you want. It's not exactly what they want, but it does complete the painting.
Julianne, this is a question for you. I would imagine that, to err on the side of caution, we wouldn't be able to draw maps in Districtor and submit them until after our public hearings, because couldn't that be construed as us drawing maps at that particular point?
Yes, it would. And the other issue with, again, and commissioners will either be drawing the lines, they'll be reacting to the conversations with the consultants in the meetings. So really having commissioners logging in, for lack of a better way to phrase it, the public testimony, and I think we had discussed that previously. I defer to the executive director on that, but certainly, bless you.
Thank you.
Certainly, yes, the commissioners are prohibited under the Constitution from drawing until after the first round of public hearings. So that would start, the last public hearing is July 1st. So that prohibition would be lifted July 2nd. But again, the next question to be asked is it appropriate for the commissioners to be interpreting that data, or is that a function of or what should be put in the portal, and by whom, and EDS and by whom? And I think that was what where the conversation was headed. Does that help, Mr. Chair?
It does, because
Okay.
I was under the impression that, well, I was strongly advised against us not doing anything on the public comment portal at all whatsoever. Just because of the optics of that piece. Because if we are interpreting anything, then that everything's open to another level of interpretation at that particular point. So I don't know if it would be necessarily appropriate for any of us or any of our vendors or any of our staff to put that into Districtor or into the comment portal or do anything with it because of how that could be construed.
That's consistent with our previous conversations on
Got
this
it.
topic.
Okay,
Mhm.
perfect. Thank you. That does answer my question.
But
Commissioner
I
Lee.
think the one,
Oh, go
one
ahead.
thing, Dustin, from the standpoint of you, we usually, if we are trying to interpret what somebody is saying and put it into a portal, we'd want to send that drawing to that person and say, is this what you're really talking about? So that, they say, well, you shouldn't have gone down Main Street, you should have done Elm Street. Okay, we can make modifications from that degree, but trying to make sure that what may have been captured gets verified from that side.
Okay. Commissioner Reed.
And I think something to keep in mind too, none of the public comments that we've gotten have been so specific that it goes down to the street level. They've been a little bit more general than that. For example, yesterday, we had a whole lot of people that thought Warren should be with the Hamtramck and Sterling Heights, for example. But the only roadways that we heard were north of 8 Mile Road or in between I-94 and M59.
Right.
It didn't get down to the specific level, street level of, Elm Street starts here, let's put it to wherever, so I don't think we should get too bogged down in such, detailed parts of this when discussing just the public comment, because it hasn't been that specific as of yet.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Lang.
I think I got my answer on that whole one. Thank you, everybody. Everybody's input. Thank you. Dustin, since you're the techie guru, I think number 2 should be addressed, why we still got them here, since that's all about EDS, and kind of give an idea. I know we've got other commissioners that are listening in that would probably be interested in the software part of it. As far as uploading that, it was number 2 on the process questions, uploading the software. And
Let me see here. Hold on. I lost it. Where did the questions go?
Yeah, that is actually a question that we have too, and because we want to find out from the commissioners, how would they like to operate? Do they want on your machines that you have at home, do you want to use the browser software? Do you want to use the more detailed software, the Autobahn Edge? We can put them on whichever machine you want to have. We've been talking with the state, some of the technical considerations on that side. Dustin, I want to coordinate with you too, but it's partly a question in terms of machine and capability and hard drive wise and everything else. But it's also a question of how do you want to operate? How do you want to set up? Do you want to draw once we get past July 1? Or do you want us to draw and you direct? You want to take your hands on stuff? It does get into the question, and I've dealt with Julianne with that on a couple of instances of, how open and public is what you may draw on your machine at your house on that side. And that's a difficult question, but it's something that you guys need to think about and face. Again, we can configure it whichever way. We may need to have access via the internet to support you in your computer at home. And that's some of the discussions we've had with the techies in the state in terms of how open is that internet connection that you have on that machine and that sort of thing. That's, one of the technical sides of things we need work out. But from a global standpoint, I think the question is how would you like to work? Because we've got different tools that can answer and handle any which way you want to work. But we need your thoughts and ideas. And, maybe these 4 commissioners want the full scale software on those. These 6 commissioners want to just use the browser. And these 2 don't want to deal with it at all. We'll leave it up to the consultants. Those kinds of determinations we need to know so that we can move in the direction of providing whatever is necessary on your machine.
Yeah, and Rhonda, to further your question, I know that Sue was going around yesterday asking who wants the software on their actual state machines and who doesn't. I know I'm one of the ones that does. However, it also becomes an issue of DTMB getting the approval to install the actual software. Now, I did have an epiphany moment last night that is probably going to get shot down real quick by Julianne, and that is if, for example, DTMB is taking forever to get approval to get the software installed on our software, I have my own personal computer that I could potentially put it on. Now, do I want to open up my personal laptop to scrutiny in case, FOIA requests and all that come through? The answer to that would be no, I don't. But at a logistical level, I could potentially put it on my personal machine as well. And I guarantee you that that's going to be much faster and better than the ones that we have from the state at this particular point. But
Yep.
You went to no, Mr. Chair, and then you circled back to a yes. I would highly recommend
not to do that.
You use your personal computer for personal use.
Correct.
And your business computer for business use.
Correct.
Unless you want me to have your personal computer for unknown amount of time, then yes, you should definitely segregate. I cannot recommend it any more strongly. That you maintain that divide.
And that's my position as well. But I mean, I guess how would we work with DTMB to get this put into not just the express lane, but into light warp speed mode to get this stuff installed on our machines?
And I believe that the executive director has been having those conversations with DTMB. I know that the EDS, as part of our contract negotiation, went through the security protocols needed on both sides, and that was all ironed out. So really, it is just a question of facilitating and having it happen. So again, I would defer to Executive Director Hammersmith on the timing for that to happen.
And I know she dropped off because she was having internet issues, but I would imagine we can circle back to that on Monday. So, okay, perfect.
Keep in mind also from the standpoint of software and the database. The database is going to be an ongoing creature that gets updated. We have the census data from 2010 right now on several of the machines that we have with our staff. We'll be expanding that to have additional data, the ACS data, that sort of thing. That's kind of another phase. Then starting to add election results as we start getting that stuff from the state is kind of another phase of the database, another version of the database. All of those are doable and they can be done on your machines too, depending upon, connections in terms of getting the database updated onto your machine or that sort of stuff. And how we do it, that's part of the question that we've been raising.
Commissioner
But
Clark.
of course, Dustin, I heard that you wanted to get a new computer anyway, so you were going to contribute your personal one to Julianne's safe or something, you know?
I have a question for you, Kim, is on the laptop version, is the data on the laptop as well, or is it like a client server type of operation where it goes and gets the data from your machine?
No, on the laptop, I mean, our recommendation always is if you've got a laptop, make it a beefy laptop so that it's all there. I mean, if you've got a real slow laptop that's a little, real thin kind of thing, then it's probably not going to fit on that kind of a laptop.
Okay, so if the data is on the laptop as well, then that, like you were saying, that's got to get updated every time you do an update.
Yeah, and so the question is how to connect the laptop through the internet so that we can download that sort of thing.
Okay.
How, just for my own personal knowledge, how big is the actual database itself, out of curiosity?
It starts getting big. I'd have to go and take a look like what did we install in Illinois or something like that, and I'll send you the specs on what that database is. I don't have that in front of me.
Okay.
It does.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, going back to one of the comments that was made, I think by Kim, that we have to decide how we're going to operate. I almost think we should recommend that coming out of this subcommittee on how we do that. And maybe a hybrid. Some people may have the laptop version, some people may have the web version. But if you just ask them that, they don't understand the difference. We heard the differences early this morning.
Right, that's
So
right.
they don't know the limitations of the web version compared to the laptop version.
Right. And that's why, on July 8th, when Fred's going to do the full scale demo of software and showing all the pieces,
yeah,
that would be the time we're going to show you both pieces like what you guys saw, go more in depth on that side. But that would be the time that, okay, now given all of this knowledge that we've just imparted upon you, what kind of system do you want on your machine?
Yeah. So maybe we don't need a recommendation because it's going to happen anyways.
Anyway, yeah, and it's a question of giving them the information so that then they can make that call. But it may be something that you could say, hey, this is a decision point that we all individually need to think about. And, we'll show you some varieties, but, be cognizant that, once we get finished with the 8th, you're going to need to decide what you want to do on your machine kind of thing.
Regardless of whether commissioners have the software on their machine or if they're using the web-based version, my understanding is that the database is pretty much centralized and gets updated regardless of what it is that we're all doing, I would imagine, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. Yeah.
I vaguely remember that being brought up 2 or 3 months ago when we were going over the
right. Yep.
actual RFP and all that. So
right. Now, on the web-based thing, as Fred was saying, you may not have access to all of the data that we are putting in the big data, but it really is, it's the same database. It's just on the web, you're only being pointed to, these 16 characters, as opposed to on your desktop, you got all 595 characters, columns or whatever.
So just another question then, if I would imagine that the database gets updated in real time when you're on the web using the web-based version. So
when we do an update to the database, so we look at it as
okay.
Version 1 of the database is this, version 2 is that. It's not a 2A or a 2B, kind of thing. It's looking at what major components can we get collected, get put in, get analyzed, make sure it's running properly. Okay, now we're ready to unleash version 3.
Understood. And then the software on the desktops will be updated too, I would.
Yes,
that gets
that's
done.
right. That's
Got
right.
it.
What usually happens is it is both the database that gets updated and what's called the active matrix. That's that spreadsheet on the bottom. We'll
Got it.
redefine that active matrix so that, oh, now I can see more tabs or more columns of data or a different mix or whatever the case may be. So we'll end up feeding several different components into your system when we would be doing an update.
Sometimes you freeze the database and don't do updates?
Yeah, I mean, but it may be parts of the database that's frozen. I mean, clearly when the PL file comes out, that's pretty set. You know, that's not going to change. That's going to be in essence frozen. We may add other election results, for example. We may go back to, okay, well, let's, you know, we've replaced it now with PL, but let's keep on the background the ACS data that we have, or, you know, those kind of things. But those are discussion points that we would seek to work with you and say, okay, here's the new one. This is what we've got. This is what we can do. You know, how would you like? Would you want all of it? Would you want, you know, whatever the case may be? And that can help guide, you know, how the active matrix looks to you.
Yeah. Because at some point in time, when we get down to the final maps, we'll want to freeze everything because that becomes our historical data set.
Oh, yes, no, that's correct. That's correct. So yeah, by all means.
Okay.
I'm gonna call on Commissioner Lang, but I do want to point out that we are under 20 minutes to our drop dead time here. So
yes.
Hey, thank you for that, Mr. Chair, because that's what I was just going to say. I know this, when we get talking about tech stuff, it could kind of go on and on and on. My question is, you will be here, EDS will be here Monday also, correct?
Oh, yes, yes, yep.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to make a recommendation that we kind of wrap up the portion with EDS and maybe the last 20 minutes, us in the subcommittee talk about potential questions or processes that we want to come up with for next week to put it together. What are the goals that we need to meet for next week, if nobody's against doing that?
that's fine by me. And I think that was be the next, well, that's new business part B, I believe. So I guess without objection, we can move on to that particular piece. So hearing none, thanks for being here and feel free to stick around and listen to us. But yeah, let's do that. Let's just continue.
I will
on.
continue to monitor, and if you've got questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Excellent. Alrighty, so let's go over that. And I'll start with Rhonda, since you brought it up. Do you want to go first, or I'm sorry?
Why don't one of you gentlemen go first? Because mine usually comes up after listening to everybody. So whoever wants to go first.
Okay. Commissioner Eden.
Well, a good place to start would probably be these other questions, like what we have for the VRA legal counsel at the bottom of this document that we all got.
Back up. And Commissioner Clark, I did see you had your hand up as well.
I don't know. Let me pass right at the moment. Let's address what Anthony just said.
PDF back up because I don't know what happened to it.
Which document are you referring to, Anthony?
Questions from the MICRC to the consultants PDF, I would imagine.
Yeah,
Commissioner Lang.
We got questions from VRA legal counsel.
Can I make a suggestion too? Obviously, that'll be the beginning business for our next meeting, are those questions for the VRA. can we appoint somebody to ask those questions right off the bat so we keep things going in a very productive, concise manner so we don't jump all over?
Sure.
So it's like Mr. Chair, if you want to do it, or Doug or Anthony, I don't care who, but just, there's only 4 questions on that part of it, so I don't think it'll be very, but just have somebody designated, I think, to make the process run smoothly.
Well, as I'm going to be calling on people when we start going over the questions for additional comment, I would refrain from doing that. So
I can do it.
anyone, if anyone else wants to just read through those 4 questions when the VRA legal counsel is there, that would be fine by me. I don't think we need to all do one. That kind of seems excessive. So,
Yeah, I'll do it.
all right. So then Anthony, I'll go and read and ask the 4 questions at the bottom of the page right off the bat. And then if there's any discussion on each one, I'll just facilitate that discussion. I mean, I think those are the only 4 that are really targeted to the VRA council anyway. I mean, there's some other ones that we could go back to and revisit to get both sides' input on how things should be handled, I would imagine.
So I have a question then too. Obviously, I want to know what you guys are thinking as far as the process. You voted on 2 things already to recommend. Let me ask this question. It's a whole commission thing, but this question has been brought up, and I've even had staff that has said something to me about it, about the communities of interest. And I think that's something that the subcommittee obviously can't decide. This is something that the whole committee needs to decide, but I think because it includes the process, something that we should have a discussion on. How do we rank the communities of interest? How do we, let me give an example. We had wonderful turnout last night from the Bengali, I hope I say that right, community. And very good participation. They had many speakers. My question when it comes to the communities of interest is it going to be weighted somehow where if there's a community that only had 1 person representing that community compared to like 40 or 50, is it weighted somehow, especially if you get overlapping communities of interest? We've heard public comment where people have said, well, my community of interest is this, and I think we should be with this community or this county even. But then we've had other people that have said, this is my community of interest, and I think we should remain with this county. So I think the discussion needs to be had on how we handle those types of issues. And maybe that should be something, a discussion just to bring forth to the whole commission to get it on the agenda to discuss as a whole, because that's going to be part of our process too. We're going to have to, in a concern that I have with the communities of interest, if one person, pardon me, speaks, and especially if it's not narrowed down and it's very broad, well, there could be 1,000 people in that same area that don't know about us or feel very differently. So that's my concern, especially with it being such a high criteria on the criteria that we have to follow, be number 3 on it. That's something that I want to make sure we get right.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I would personally feel more comfortable that particular piece, since it is such a high level on the criteria that we need to pay attention to, that should be decided by all of us at the same time, not a recommendation. Well, I mean, that's up to us at this point, but I would feel strongly that should be a 30-minute, or let's face it, hour conversation with all the commissioners present, because I would want to hear everybody's take on that. I mean, I try to weigh everything equal, but when things start to get repeated, you know, at what particular point do I cut it off, or what particular point would you cut it off, or Brittany or Steve, for example? They all have their own methodology of how they want to rank these things. And I mean, I feel like that, like I said, I feel like that would be more appropriate with all of us in whole to discuss, which would be, I suppose, a recommendation that we could bring forward is to recommend that we all talk about it or put it on the actual agenda.
If I could add a comment for your benefit on this subject.
Please do.
Be cognizant that you are dealing with different kinds of groupings, and particularly I'm thinking in terms of data. You have groupings of Voting Rights Act concerns. And so we've got, as Lisa mentioned yesterday, the different racial groups that are in the PL. That's one category. But we also have capabilities, and one of the things I'm going to show you on Monday is looking at some of the other ACS data to look at where is the Arab community, where is, as Rhonda just said, where's the Bengali community? Can we get data to help show us and guide you of what would be kind of a community of interest on that side? So we'll be looking for those kind of circumstances, and it may be beyond the PL, it may be other kinds of data sets, but that can help you a little bit. But some of them are not possible. You know, we can't find left-handed Lithuanians is my favorite expression of, you know, that data set on that side. So, but we'll try to accommodate some of that kind of thing too.
I would, okay, so given all of that, I mean, hopefully someone could say so moved here in a second, but what I'm thinking is since we have a meeting on the 28th, we have a meeting on the 29th where we're bringing all of our recommendations to the full commission itself to add to the agenda that on the meeting that we have on Thursday. At that particular point, we could say, hey, let's actually think, how are we going to rank it so that people can think about it on Tuesday and Wednesday to really, you know, hammer it home in their head of how they personally feel things should be ranked on their own, so we can come up with a process and actually discuss it on Thursday beforehand. The other option would be to do it the week after. However, I really don't think that's going to make much of a difference because it's our last hearing anyway, or public hearing anyway. So I guess I can try and rephrase that. So if I could, I'd look favorably on a motion to add to the agenda on Thursday, July 1st, that we add the discussion on how to rank communities of interest as a group.
Do we have to have a motion for that, or is that something we could just reach out to Sue and say, can you add this, Julianne?
I guess that's true.
Sarah popped up too.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. I believe that the schedule for discussing your recommendations with the full commission was set for our final virtual only meeting this coming Wednesday. Just wanted to point that up.
June 30th. Is that correct, Sarah?
Correct.
Yep.
That meeting is how long?
I believe that meeting is scheduled, noticed currently from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
So it might be more productive for us to discuss it at that time when we have more time, since it's all about recommendations and it'll be recommendations and discussion. Can I get the others' input on that, on your thoughts on that?
I agree with you. Okay. So,
and to answer Commissioner Lang's question about needing a motion, know that just notify the executive director that that's the will of to have that placed on the agenda is sufficient.
For Wednesday.
Correct.
Okay.
The
I'll do
30th.
that. I'll do that later on. So just tell her that we're gonna want to discuss how we're ranking COIs. I can do that. Okay. Anything else? Alrighty. Well, I think we, go ahead, General Counsel.
I would just suggest just that rather than categorizing it as ranking COIs, which tends to imply that there's different weight, I would say just a discussion about communities of interest and their incorporation into the process or their integration or something of that nature. Because again, have communities of interest within the same category, across different categories. Or they might have regional importance that vary. So again, just the broadest categorization possible to start that conversation off would be my recommendation. Thank you.
I'll think about how to word it and send it to her.
And I'm always available.
That's right. That's what you're here for. So, all right, perfect. Okay, so if there's not anything else at this particular point in time, at this point, since we're getting close to our drop dead time anyway, I would entertain a motion to adjourn until Monday, the 28th.
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your right hand and say yay.
Yay.
Yay. All opposed, same sign and say nay. All right, motion carries. We stand adjourned until Monday, the 28th, and we are adjourned at 1:55 p.m. Have a good one, everybody, and a good and safe weekend.
Good talks, everyone. Nice seeing all of you.
By all means.